Remember, in the past, it's here too. We
Hey, Evan, are you on?
have just.
I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Friday, September 16th, 2022. The time is 1:27 in the afternoon. And this hearing is being held virtually. It is available, I believe, live through the chairman's website, which is www.chairmanmendelson.com/live. and the council's website, which is DC Council web, which is www.dccouncil.gov. It's being broadcast live on Council Channel 13, and it should be available on the Office of Cable Television website, entertainment.dc.gov. The subject of this hearing is Bill 24-570, the Schools First in Budgeting Amendment Act of 2021. Today's hearing is the second to be held on Bill 24-570, the Schools First in Budgeting Amendment Act. The bill was introduced last December 20th. A public hearing was held in late January. We released a revised version of the bill called the staff draft 10 days ago, which is available on the council's website. And now we have an opportunity to hear further from the public, to hear further public comment, benefited from seeing the changes I am proposing to the bill. According to DCPS, its mission is to, quote, ensure that every school guarantees that students reach their full potential through rigorous and joyful learning experiences provided in a nurturing environment, unquote. Focusing on the words ensure that every school guarantees that students reach their full potential. I say DCPS gets a failing grade. In my view, there are several key strategies that can and will make a difference. None of them are being implemented with adequate degree of commitment. First, we know that the single most effective educational tool is a good teacher, but good teachers require good classrooms, and this requires funding. Yet year after year, when the chancellor presents his budget, or before him, the chancellor presents her budget, many schools are getting less, not more funding. Second, we know that schools with concentrations of students living in poverty struggle with what we call social emotional challenges. These challenges can and must be addressed, and they can be addressed through lower student to teacher ratios and more counselors and mental health professionals. Here again, schools struggle with getting less, not more funding. Third, we know that a high turnover of teachers and principals, importantly measured within a school, not the system, but within a school, works against improving the educational outcomes in a school. I think there are several factors that contribute to turnover, and the destabilizing annual fights over school budgets is one of them. There are several other strategies that must be pursued to improve educational outcomes, such as improving school climate in our lowest income schools, but they may be less correlated to school budgets. But there are other important issues related to funding of schools. For instance, schools and school systems need enrollment, especially in DC, where school funding is through a funding formula to the local education agencies, or LEAs, a funding formula that is based exclusively on enrollment. But what we see, especially from families with the will or capacity for mobility, is parents giving up on DCPS schools because of the annual budget fights and subsequent constrained resources. And that depresses enrollment. And one more point, a school that is not doing well is a school that loses enrollment. How are we going to turn around that school if we cut its budget? It doesn't make sense that we pull resources out of a school and then expect it to do better. Not that I want schools to close, but if our commitment is to not close schools, then we need to be supporting, not cutting their budgets. What I'm arguing is that schools, individual schools, schools at the local level, need adequate budgets. But year after year, the chancellor cuts them. This year it was between 40 and 60 schools, depending upon how one measures, between 40 and 60 schools that saw cuts. It is time to change the priority, and that is what Bill 24-570 is intended to do. I think DCPS funds central and school support first, and schools get what's left over. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but certainly schools don't come first. Right now, DCPS has a budget of over $1 billion in local funds. That's not including substantial federal funds. And yet our local individual schools don't have enough. When she testified a year ago on DCPS's budget, Mary Levy stated, the number of central office full-time equivalent staff performing the same functions that DCPS now performs rose from 516 in 1981, when we had 95,000 students, to 626 in 2007, when we had 52,000 students, and 705 for 50,000 students. I'll repeat, 516 in 1981 when there were 95,000 students to 705 today when there are 50,000 students. Continuing with what she said, they include 4 executive directors, 9 chiefs, 24 deputy chiefs, 75 directors, 165 managers, and 41 analysts. The system needs some number of these officials, and those who are good are worth a great deal. But do we really need 35 executive directors, chiefs, and deputy chiefs? I believe Bill 24-570 will be a game changer. It will bring stability to schools. It will be the first step toward actually increasing resources for at-risk students. It will put more focus on the classroom, actual focus, not just testimony. I see it as a foundation while this council next year adds more money through the new at-risk weight that we created this year, the new at-risk weights to schools that need it. The mission of DCPS should be to ensure that every school guarantees that students reach their full potential. This bill is a new approach to get there and will actually make the difference. The record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. That is, the record will close at 5 p.m. on Friday, September 30th. That does not mean we're going to mark this bill up on October 4th, but we do have to have a deadline to the record because we have to file a record. I'm going to turn to colleagues, and I don't know the order that folks got here. I believe Councilmember White and Henderson were here before Councilmember Lewis George. Can one of you tell me?
That is correct.
Who was here first?
Robert was here first.
Councilmember Robert White, do you have a statement?
Thank you, Chairman, and I'll be a bit brief as you went through a lot of the details, and I will say that I share the thoughts that you share, Mr. Chairman, on both the importance of this bill and the underlying problems. And I really appreciate the diligent work that you and your staff have put into this, including adjusting the legislation to incorporate feedback and holding what is the second hearing on this bill so that parents and interested people and teachers and staff would be able to see how this bill would align with DCPS's new budget model, which DCPS released in February. Now that we've had the new budget model in front of us, I hope to hear from some of those same witnesses on whether this legislation will address the concerns they have raised with the new budget model. I'm specifically interested in hearing witnesses' thoughts on the bill's proposed order of how schools should receive increased funding each year. Right now, the bill says that the budget formula must start with a school's existing budget and increase that budget by the highest percentage rate among the regional consumer price index, the projected increase in the UPSFF per student formula, and any salary increase bargained by the teachers union. The bill then proposes to increase a school's budget further, depending on staffing needs and other costs. My team and I will be listening for thoughts on this proposed order of increases, as well as for any lingering concerns about the use of the term average salaries to determine allowable changes to a school's budget and any unanticipated consequences council may have missed in our attempts to accomplish the goals of stability and predictability as the chairman laid out in detail. As we've learned from principals, teachers, and local school advisory teams, predictable and stable funding at a school level can offer a sense of security for school communities and reduce unnecessary stress and student population loss. It can be the difference between a principal spending energy and time determining how to let a staff member go, even though the school would still benefit from having that trusted professional on their team, or a principal instead using their energy to collaborate with that same staff member on how to best support students in the coming year, knowing they will still be a part of the school community. The school budgeting process is complicated and it has not been transparent. It makes it difficult for schools and families to know what to expect year to year. And frankly, regulating the budgeting process requires a thoughtfulness and thoroughness to ensure that we avoid unintended consequences to the functioning of our school system. But as many people, I also believe that it has become necessary that we do this. Like the chairman and his staff, my team and I want to make sure we get this right. And I'm thankful to have a proposal like this on the table because it opens the door to concrete discussions on how to protect the funding amounts provided to schools, how to address disparities among schools, and what steps are needed to clarify and demystify the current budget process. With that, Chairman, let me thank you again for holding this hearing. Thank everyone who's come to testify.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to everyone. I will also be brief. I know we have a number of witnesses and we're starting a bit late. I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for convening this hearing. I'm glad that we're having this conversation and that we are doing it in the manner that we are. I feel like the council and communities, we have sporadic conversations about school funding, usually centered when we receive a budget, which is not enough time for us to make these sort of large scale adjustments as necessary. And so I appreciate us giving the time and the benefit of time to discuss and digest issues. I have reviewed the staff draft and certainly understand the intentions and recognize the goals of the legislation. I do have some questions though, regarding its impact on not only our schools, but also not only our schools today, but also what happens 5 to 10 years from now in terms of funding. So in particular, for example, the district currently has around $1 billion in federal funding due to the pandemic. And I'm curious how this legislation, what is it setting us up for in terms of obligations going forward, in terms of will the city now have to backfill that amount of federal funding fairly immediately? The other thing too, I agree in principle that school budgets should certainly be adjusted to match inflation, and that our schools should be fully staffed. I am curious how, for some schools, we're seeing some demographic changes, and how this legislation may result in lopsided budgets that don't necessarily meet or that exceed the needs of school communities as they change. And I'm, I guess, using some flowery language there, but what we're talking about is when a school sees a decrease in the number of Title I students that leads to a decrease in Title I dollars, what happens there, and then how we adjusting for that. I think the bill raises important questions, and I hope that we can devise collaborative solutions to address these matters. Again, I'm very glad that we're having this hearing and this discussion, and that it is very much in advance of the budget formulation process for next year. So I look forward to the conversation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you. I will be even more brief than everyone else, since going third means everything has been covered, which is a sign of our great council here. So thank you, Chairman, for scheduling today's second hearing on this bill. And I agree with many of your sentiments, especially regarding the fact that when we, since our last hearing, DCPS revealed their new budget model, which I agree remains fairly opaque and sort of a confusing process. And so we have to step in and do something here. I want to thank our public witnesses for making time today to help interpret this bill and to raise questions and concerns about its approach. Many of the issues that Councilmember Robert White mentioned already, or questions still pending, is what our team will be here listening for answers to sort of solve some of those questions that have come up since this has been released. I think, we've sort of talked about how critical this is. And one thing I mentioned about in January when we had this is my primary concern was to ensure that we had transparency and equity around the use of at-risk funds. And this remains something I want to know more about, specifically, the question of at-risk dollars and how it relates to our school budget stability. and also have questions regarding sort of some of the NCES definitions, and sort of some of the at-risk rules that we previously had. And so I'll be listening in and focusing in on that at-risk portion, but also the other outstanding questions that are here. I think this conversation is so vital and so important. And I thank you and your team for the hard work and diligence you've done to get us to this point. So thank you so much. And I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today.
Thank you, Councilmember. What I'm going to do is I'm going to invite the first page of the witness list, which is roughly the first half of the witnesses, to all come in at the same time. If staff could let Anne Mary Levy, who's testifying as an education, finance, and policy analyst, Kathy Riley, who's with the Senior High Alliance of Parents, Principals, and Educators, Kibla Huddleston, who is Senior Policy Analyst at DC Fiscal Policy Institute, David Alpert, who's President of the Ward 2 Education Council, Scott Goldstein, who's Executive Director of Empower Ed, Betsy Wolf, who's a parent at Amadon Bowen, Jacqueline Pogue Lyons, who's President of the Washington Teachers Union, Regina Bell, who's the General Vice President at WTU, Abigail Paulson, who is President of the Hardy Middle School PTO, Sandra Moscoso, who is a DCPS parent, Sarah Ritchie, Laura Fuchs, who's a teacher at H.T. Woodson High School, and I know is active in the Teachers Union, and Chris, but she's not testifying on behalf of WTU, and Chris Bergfolk, who is a DCPS teacher and WTU member. And we'll have folks on a 4-minute clock. Ms. Levy, we'll start with you. And good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Do you hear me?
Yes.
I will submit written testimony later when I have learned more from this hearing. Meanwhile, stability, as you said, is important not only for program, but also for teacher retention. The other things I like about this bill are that the basic process for calculating minimum school budgets is about what I would have recommended because it accounts for changes in special education, ELL programming, significant enrollment increases and decreases, and increased costs. It protects against unfunded mandates. There will be only one set of numbers per school, for which I am deeply grateful. It separates direct services to students from central offices. Your definitions in the 4 categories are the ones DCPS uses, and they are fine with me. Because most federal funds are off the books right now, the central office will have more money than your limits allow. The big immediate problem is that it will probably bake in existing inequities among schools. These amount to thousands of dollars in some cases for students in similar schools. So schools that are now disadvantaged by what look like arbitrary allocations, and schools whose at-risk students don't get the at-risk services to which they are legally entitled will probably remain in that situation. The long-term problem is that, unfortunately, the bill is something of a stopgap, dealing with how we got to where we are. Looking to the future, as charter schools continue to drain students from DCPS, the resultant small schools become more and more expensive to operate. So people justifiably fear the death of neighborhood schools in many parts of the district. Unless the city is willing to provide extra allocations to DCPS for very small schools, or perhaps a whole new school bus system to transport schools to distant schools. The community right now has almost nothing to say about how their schools are funded. Unlike virtually every other school system in the country, we have no school board, so we turn to the council, which doesn't really do policy, but legislation. This is almost inevitably inflexible in responding to details and unintended consequences. If these concerns don't scare you, you could, I think, sunset the legislation after a couple of years to see what has happened. Central offices have enough money that they will not fall apart in that time. You could assemble a group, including a lot of independent community and expert representatives, to conduct ongoing discussions on dealing with these underlying problems, particularly the inequities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levy. Kathy Riley?
Thank you. My name is Kathy Riley. I am the convener of the Ward for Ed Alliance and C4DC, as well as the co-founder and director of SHAPE. We share the chairman's concern for financial stability for the city's DCPS schools. They are the core of the public infrastructure, and I believe DCPS's survival, strength, and growth are vital to our city's civic health. What you are considering today addresses some of the most complicated and difficult parts of running a school system. I've served on local LSATs pretty constantly for the last 20 years, mostly high schools, as well as the DCPS budget committees and the USFPP committee. The task has only grown more difficult, even as the city has more money now. Enrollment is not steady. There are more citywide seats and citywide schools than we can afford. Policies prioritizing choice and competition mean the city has increased capacity unrelated to need. This is a challenging situation for both sectors, as new schools become dependent on recruiting students from existing schools. This has created a structural instability that'll become even more stressful as cost enrollment declines, which seems to be on the horizon. There's no silver bullet. So the problems with the DCS budget model, they got some things right, like the neighborhood high schools. However, others they missed, like 70% of the DCPS schools require stability funds in at least one of the 4 categories, regardless of whether enrollment is constant or growing. There's no immediate step before DCPS budget gets to you. No public forum where more analysis of the ramifications and unknowns were required and reviewed. The council is both the policy board and responsible for oversight. This is also a structural problem. My concern as you go into this prescriptive approach in permanent legislation is there are unintended ramifications. They may hurt and not help. For example, the bill as written does not fix the problems that Hardy experienced. The January 1st date and using these figures freezes the inequities in this first iteration of a new model. The assumption that Central can fund all that require without reducing services and support, it hasn't been tested. That said, I think there are things you can and should do to reduce the harm, along with requiring the mayor and DCPS to provide adjustments to the current model to address this instability. You have Bill 38-2907.01 with the 95% stabilization required. You need to, at least at a minimum in this, require that the budget total calculations from year to year to guarantee the 95% include an adjustment for the higher personnel costs and negotiated contracts. Schools should not get the same amount of money, but have to pay with higher costs, forcing staffing cuts. Any funds to cover contracts should be provided in the UPSFF or by funds from the mayor and passed through to the schools in their budgets. SPED and ELL funds are added and subtracted based on decisions from central office. This now affects the school's total funding. This is wrong. These funds were not intended to serve all the students. They're intended to serve those students. So this inclusion of these funds at the total has meant there's reductions of staff for general education. That was never the intent. And I want you to review where the security money is going to live as we go forward into this new era. So schools that are in certain locations aren't punished for the increased security they need. So you have the power to correct the structural instabilities noted above by considering a moratorium on citywide school and seat expansion and working on what is missing in the governance structure. I appreciate and applaud deeply your understanding and willingness to work on how to ensure stability for our local DCPS schools and students and families. And I look forward to continuing the work on the funding issues, as well as on the necessity to address ways to bring more stability to the personnel in our system by reducing the turnover and thus strengthening the relationships. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riley. Ms. Huddleston.
Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Quabila Huddleston, and I'm a senior policy analyst at the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. DCFPI has long researched and testified about the need for both the district and DC public schools to engage in less opaque and sound budgeting processes. DCFPI appreciates the chairman's intent to address the unstable and unpredictable process and outcomes of DCPS budgets through this legislation. We support several provisions in the law which are outlined in my testimony. However, DCFPI remains concerned that the current version of the bill may not fully achieve the stability the chairman and DC residents desire. The bill fails to address key structural issues that DCFPI and many other advocates have raised before the council. First, the mayor and council will need to replace one-time funds invested in ongoing school needs to ensure stability and avoid cuts. The fiscal year 23 approved budget includes significant one-time federal and local funding to hold school budgets harmless against the projected enrollment declines that would have negative effects on school budgets and to help schools invest in pandemic recovery strategies. The mayor has committed to providing another round of one-time pandemic recovery funding in fiscal year 24, but has not made an additional commitment to guard against further harm that DCPS enrollment declines will have on school budgets. Further, federal relief dollars will expire at the end of fiscal year 24. If the goal is to ensure school budget stability and avoid cuts as enrollment fluctuates, the council will need to replace these funds for DCPS to fund schools at least at their fiscal year 23 levels next year. If policymakers fail to permanently replace these funds, DCPS will likely be forced to make cuts in other key areas of the agency's budget. Second, declining enrollment and unchecked school growth are root causes of unstable school budgets. The district and DCPS have policies that attempt to protect schools from losing too much funding year to year. These policies are important, yet they do not solve for the fact that by right neighborhood schools continue to experience enrollment declines year after year. In addition, they do not address the fact that DC has been experiencing a declining birth rate since 2016, which could lead to fewer children enrolled in schools across both sectors. These policies also do not address the fact that despite there being 35,665 unfilled seats last school year, DCPS and public charter LEAs continue to open new schools. DC has too many schools and less students, a reality unaddressed by this proposed legislation. The district's seemingly choice-only approach and disregard for students who, due to choice or chance, attend their neighborhood schools undermines educational equity. Is a high-quality, well-resourced school only available to those students lucky enough to get their school of choice in the lottery? Do students attending neighborhood schools not deserve the same quality of education? If the council wants to meaningfully address school budget stability, policymakers should articulate and adopt a more unified vision of public education so that resources are both adequate and equitable for students no matter the sector. Finally, structural isms have placed many students at risk, and the district is failing these students. Ensuring stability in school budgets also includes ensuring that LEAs are using at-risk dollars to boost academic outcomes of students facing the steepest barriers to learning. Policymakers continue to approve annual budgets that provide more at-risk funding to DCPS and public charter schools. District leaders should provide a concurrent level of oversight to ensure that LEAs are budgeting these funds according to the law and in ways that match the purpose and intent of at-risk funding. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Huddleston. David Alpert. Mr. Alpert. I understand you were in the waiting room. We let you in.
I'm here now. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and staff. Good morning. My name is David Alpert, and I am president of the Ward 2 Education Council. I support council acting to increase stability in DCPS school budgets. The last DC budget saw large surpluses yet again, and I have received a stream of press releases touting new and very worthy programs costing tens of millions of dollars. Yet many schools saw cuts, even ones without declining enrollments. Others face a steep cliff of future cuts when the hold harmless funds expire. There is temporary federal funding which will expire, but unfortunately DCPS has already quietly yanked underlying funding away from many schools, especially elementary schools of both high and low need levels, and needs to figure out how to avoid crippling these schools when the cliff hits. I would also ask the council to analyze how to not lock in schools which didn't receive one-time stabilization funding and had cuts in this year. In addition to stability, we need transparency in these budgets in a form parents can comprehend. Parents and advocates have found it extremely challenging to understand the details of what is going on with individual budgets and the model. I appreciate you pressing for answers on Drew Elementary. Unfortunately, parents and council staff have not gotten such explanations for other schools such as Thompson and Hardy. DCPS's letters were full of PR puffery and except on Drew, short on specifics. We still don't fully know why Hardy had to cut 3 positions amid enrollment increases, and then parents discovered far more unexpected severe changes to their children's school experience come the fall. To families, what ultimately matters is the services which children are receiving. I recommend you legislate a requirement that the mayor communicate from the start of budget season what would be changing in the school, not just a dollar figure, but in actual services for children. At the very least, everyone should be able to see the type of information that was in the Drew letter for every school. Sometimes cuts may be necessary, but if so, DCPS and the mayor should have to honestly communicate their cuts and then be subject to political debate and council review. Right now, the system allows a chain of buck passing and opacity that leaves nobody accountable. Indeed, most parents still have no idea about how much worse an education their children may receive if their schools only receive the formula dollars and none of the one-time or temporary stability dollars under the new model. Third, we need a budget system where the council can make changes, including direct more money to schools from other city programs if it chooses. It should not be hamstrung by a UPSFF framework that treats 2 very different types of educational systems the same in ways that they are not the same. Both are valuable, but we keep hearing that any council budget action will cost double due to UPSFF, which puts our neighborhood public schools in an impossible position. Finally, I do worry that cutting central office will not be a panacea. With the notable exception of the budget staff, most people I have worked with in the central office are doing a good job and serve a valuable role. If anything, they often lack the resources to do things families want and need. While I agree schools should come first, and some can be trimmed in central office, I don't think we can solve all our problems by cutting the people doing important work in the central office. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Alpert. Scott Goldstein.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Today's hearing centers on a critical question. How do we ensure that our schools have the resources and stability they need to better serve our students? We applaud the chairman's focus on school stability, and that was a poignant opening statement. In fact, the research shows that school stability is the foundation of school success. With wavering budgets, changing school leaders, high teacher turnover, a constant line of new initiatives and changes in the district, state, or federal policy, it becomes difficult for schools to not only achieve success, but sustain it. So we share the goal of creating stability and predictability for our schools while ensuring they have every resource they need. The question is, does this bill attack instability from the right angle? My testimony today is that school budgets are a source of great stress for schools and that budget stability is critical, but it's not the only or necessarily the most important element of stability. While I'm glad the chairman is rightly focused on this goal, I'm worried this bill seeks to do the right thing in a way that may actually leave us vulnerable to several unintended consequences. First, by establishing the basis for future year budgets in our current budgets, we face the real risk of baking in inequities that exist right now. Before we benchmark to this school year, we better know this school year's budgets are the right ones for each school. I love the idea of benchmarking to higher funding because our schools need more. On the other hand, starting from the present when federal funds are playing a large role in school funding and requiring DCPS to maintain those levels regardless of what funds are available in coming years, may push DCPS or the mayor into cutting external programs that are actually quite critical, or worse, closing schools because they view it as the only way to maintain funding for the rest of the schools in a way that complies with the law. Of course, we hope that doesn't happen, but I don't see where this bill protects us from that possibility. You've heard testimony for many years that the central office is too big. I absolutely believe we want to prioritize funds from our schools for our schools. And at the same time, I'm not sure the way that the 4 categories are created in this bill would actually be preserving the most important central office roles and supporting schools with the kind of work that's very hard to handle in-house. I'm also cognizant of the fact that DCPS just spent substantial time creating a new budget process that we don't really have a verdict on yet. How could we amend this bill to avoid unintended consequences? I would start with an equity audit that engaged each school community to ensure we're beginning with the proper benchmarks. I would keep language to protect 100% of the budget year over year and ensure additional equity protections, including at-risk, ELL, SPED, and more, and eliminate the 4 proposed categories in the current bill, which I worry may inadvertently cut the wrong programs. There's one glaring problem with the bill, which is that it addresses only 50% of our schools and students. Why would we legally require DCPS to ensure funds are going to schools and students as directly as possible, but leave untouched what public charter schools do with the same funding? Is it fair to our students and families, depending on the school they choose, that school may or may not be able to stash public monies away for savings, huge contracts, central expenditures, rather than utilize them to maximize student learning and support? But I still return to the question of how we actually ensure school stability. My hope is that this bill, in whatever form it advances, is simply one step in the chairman's school stability agenda. School budgets are essential for stability, but even with a better budget process, there will be no school level stability if we continue to have 25 to 30% of educators leaving their schools each year, which has something to do with budgets, but not mostly. We need council action on teacher retention with the same level of urgency. The shortage this year is being felt by students, parents, and families everywhere, with central office staff and substitutes covering long term. And this builds on DC's already highest rate of teacher turnover in the country. Additionally, according to OSCE, a stunning 67% of school leaders have less than 5 years of experience. Principal turnover is crippling to efforts to sustain school success, and we cannot create stability in our schools without addressing the ever-expanding number of schools, the inefficiency of so many small LDAs, and its impact on student services, and the lack of guardrails around school openings and closings. So as you work to improve and pass this bill, I hope you will give equal priority to well-researched and proven measures the council can take to improve teacher and principal retention and school stability more broadly. I truly appreciate the effort and the intention behind this bill, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. And you know, we have a hearing that's scheduled. I don't have the date in front of me to look at teacher and principal turnover.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Betsy Wolf.
Good afternoon, council members and chairman of the council. My name is Betsy Wolf, and I'm a DCPS parent. There are 3 ills that plague DCPS school budgets today: instability, inadequacy, and inequity. This bill addresses the first ill, instability, and while I support the spirit of this legislation, the bill currently lacks the needed nuance to have the desired outcomes. First, the bill doesn't address the fact that DCPS changes its special education and other special programming all of the time, which makes year-to-year comparisons nearly impossible. Right now, the only people who have a full understanding of whether schools maintain the same level of staffing from one year to the next are the principals. Before we can enact this bill, we would need a much better tracking system to understand what's going on. We need side-by-side comparisons from one year to the next for each staff position in each school. Second, the bill bases inflation costs on the CPI, but the CPI would not be available by the time that DCPS would need it to enact this legislation. It's unclear how DCPS would implement this. Third, the bill doesn't account for the fact that DCPS and other school districts around the country received one-time federal recovery funds. How are districts supposed to provide the same level of services without these federal dollars? Where is this money going to come from? Fourth, the bill doesn't address equity at all, and holding constant last year's budgets does not treat at-risk dollars as supplemental, nor does it necessarily provide substantially more local dollars to schools serving underserved populations. Test scores are a reflection of the educational opportunities that a student experiences since birth. If we are serious about changing discrepancies in test scores, then we need to put our money where our mouth is and contribute substantially more resources to students who have had fewer educational opportunities since birth. We also need much more transparency on how at-risk dollars are spent in both DCPS and charter LEAs, and we need to ensure that these monies are truly benefiting kids. Fifth, while I share others' frustrations about DCPS central office, We need to be careful that we don't wipe out the useful things with mandated cuts. There have been some very bad things to come out of central office, but there have also been some good things like the social studies standards. Perhaps we should first understand how the money is being spent and then decide where cuts might be the most appropriate. Finally, if this bill passes, it will ultimately be up to DCPS to figure out how to implement it. And DCPS may not hold staff harmless, similar to the way that at-risk funding hasn't been supplemental, even though it's supposed to be by law. Then what will council do? I appreciate the effort behind this legislation. I know that many advocates do, but it also feels like a Band-Aid, especially when council is not willing to address the structural problems behind school budget instability, like funding schools based on students who are there only on October 1st and ignoring the mobility that happens after that, or allowing new schools to open their doors literally next to existing schools, which hurts both of their enrollments. This bill also focuses exclusively on DCPS and not on charter LEAs. We know that some charters face the same problems with too large central administrations, budget instability at specific schools, and likely misuse of at-risk or EL dollars. If council feels strongly enough to legislate all of these things for DCPS, then it should also feel strongly enough to legislate these things for the charter LEAs too. I encourage council members to pass legislation on school budgets, but I also encourage them to do the work to make sure that the legislation will hit the mark, will address the issues in both of our sectors, and will not result in unintended consequences like reducing equity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Jacqueline Pogue Lyons.
Good afternoon. I am Jacqueline Pogue Lyons, President of the Washington Teachers Union, and thank you, Chairman Mendelson and City Council for giving me this opportunity to speak with you today. We know from national research that strong relationships with teachers are critical for improving student achievement, yet DCPS continues to suffer from some of the highest rates of teacher turnover in the nation. While there are many factors that contribute to the district's inordinate rate of teacher turnover, including the lack of a fair contract with teachers and the use of the impact evaluation, which has been found to be racially biased. The DCPS annual school budgeting process is a significant contributing factor. The annual process creates confusion and uncertainty for school communities and for educators, forcing many educators to make the choice to leave their school community before budgets are finalized. As I stated last spring, in the budget oversight hearings, the WTU supports the primary purpose of B240570. The school's first in budgeting amendment act of 2021 to promote stability in our local schools. The district needs a comprehensive plan that crosses sectors to ensure we are spending our limited education funds wisely and effectively. The WTU has long believed that the current DCPS local school-by-school budget process is broken beyond repair and lacks transparency. The effort the district undertook last year to move from a comprehensive staffing model to a per-pupil based model failed to deliver primarily because our local schools have long been underfunded. In the new model, schools are still left to scramble to find funds to maintain their current staffing programs, pitting members of school communities against each other. While I applaud the intent of the redrafted legislation to help us ensure a basic floor for an individual school's budget, I believe there are some additional components that must be addressed. First, I hope the council will join in and require DCPS to verify that all LSATs are engaged throughout the entire process and that they are meeting the Open Meeting Act requirement throughout the local budgeting process. Also, I hope that the legislation can be amended to require DCPS to share detailed enrollment projections with school communities and to require LSATs to approve those enrollment targets prior to receiving their projected school year budgets. Third, the budget process must include enough time for local school communities to provide meaningful input on the budget. I hope that you will require DCPS to meet a minimum of 21 days for schools to provide feedback on their budgets to DCPS. Additionally, LSAT should be asked to hold and report a non-binding vote on the final budget. I want to reiterate that reform at the school level cannot cannot be undertaken in isolation for the larger structural issues that impact the quality of education across the district, including the underfunding of students furthest from opportunity, the misuse of at-risk funding dollars, and the lack of a cross-sector plan for public education that impacts the ability of every student to receive high-quality education in the district. Thank you again for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Poglians. Regina Bell.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Thank you for holding this hearing and thank you for your opening remarks. I am Regina Bell, General Vice President of the Washington Teachers Union. I'm not entirely sure Bill 24570 accomplishes the stated goals without unforeseen consequences. The annual school budget process, however, is clearly broken and change is desperately needed. So I commend the council for taking action to improve the process. I would ask the council to look beyond the budgeting process into more systemic problems with the administration, because transparently creating a good budget does not necessarily mean the money will be spent in furthering students' education. When Merch was ready to move into its newly renovated building from the swing space, the staff was told they could not take any old furniture because everything in the building was brand new. One teacher had just transferred to Merch from Henley and knew that the furniture in Merch's swing space was better than what they had at Henley. She called her former colleagues who rented a truck with their own money and came to Merch on their own time to get our leftover furniture and materials. We need budget equity so some teachers don't have to dumpster dive for materials they need for their classroom while other teachers get new equipment. I have been working full-time at the WTU for just over a year. I was so excited to join President Lyons and knew that under her leadership, we could get many things accomplished. But we spend most of our time doing DCPS's job. We field calls daily from teachers complaining about school facilities, not the subject of this hearing, I know, but it is a chronic problem. In addition to poor facility conditions, teachers are not getting responses to their FMLA requests. The council passed a law last year extending paid family leave, but teachers are not able to apply for that leave because DCPS hasn't changed the form to reflect that extended time. So when you say that there are 700 employees at Central, I don't think they're working on these two issues. To top it off, at least 50 teachers didn't receive their paycheck last week. Today, a week later, they still haven't been paid, and no word from DCPS on when they will get paid. Maintaining schools, responding to leave requests, and paying your employees on time are basic functions of any organization. Yet year after year, DCPS is not able to provide these services. Something needs to change. DCPS has the highest rate of teacher turnover, not a statistic to be proud of. The hiring process is long and costly. Because of the teacher shortage, classes are longer and overcrowded. This arrangement makes it difficult for teachers to build relationships with students, which we all know is critical for improving student achievement. And to add insult to injury, teachers haven't had a contract in 3 years, 3 very difficult years. I know this hearing is about budget legislation. This bill brings stability and transparency, which is desperately needed. But the WTU is concerned that it doesn't solve the problems of unequal treatment of similar schools, diversion of at-risk funds to other purposes, and other unforeseen consequences. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bell. Abigail Paulson. My staff tells me that Ms. Paulson is here, doesn't seem to have accepted to be a panelist.
There we go. Sorry, Councilman. This is Abby Paulson, and for those of you who don't know me, and I apologize, you don't have paperwork in front of you, because I'm not prepared for that. And I'm actually here at Hardy Middle School right now, where I'm the president, one of the co-presidents of the PTO. And I had to come and oversee some situations with lunch recess. But for those of you who don't know me, my name is Abigail Paulson, and I've been at Hardy since 2015. And I'm here today because, as many of you know on this call, Hardy, due to some sort of strange glitch that nobody really understands because it's not been clearly laid out to us. And we've been trying to figure it out since the budget came out last year. We've lost several of our staff members. And to give a little historical background, in 2015, the council tasked us with making this into a more desirable neighborhood school. In 2015, our enrollment was decreasing. And since that time, we have increased our enrollment every single year, including through the pandemic and including this year. And somehow, over all of that time, we still have had to cut positions every single year. So I'm not a budgeting person. I don't understand the model. It seems like most people don't understand the model. But the thing that I think that I would put to you, council member, is that something about the way the budgeting keeps coming to Hardy, it's cutting the programming and the access and the opportunities for our kids. And we, like I said, we were not a very popular neighborhood school in 2015. And I think we need to remember that. And there was a lot of things that Hardy offered that brought families here, and even families that were given the choice to come to Hardy or Deal, which we've adjusted that a bit with the boundaries. They were coming to Hardy because we offered such a comprehensive middle school opportunity where kids could have a lot of choices to experience new things that they may not have been able to experience before that. We had a robust art program. We had a robust music, band, orchestra, computer graphics. We had a STEM program. And every year that's getting whittled down, whittled down, whittled down. And I think we are kidding ourselves if we think lack of programming over time is going to have people stay at the school. I have people constantly coming and telling me, we have a choice to go someplace else. We are at Hardy because of the programming and the opportunities that they have there. And this bill sounds like it helps with some stabilization, but we really need to just start with reinstituting the funding that was lost, which is about $360,000. There's going to be other people from Hardy that are better than I am about the numbers that are going to tell you what the amount is. But right now we're getting ready to open a new high school, and we want people to feel confident about coming to Hardy. And we want people to feel like when they come to Hardy and they go to the new high school, that they're going to be prepared to take advantage of all the things that new high school is going to be offered. And right now we have a lot of concern. And I know that your office and all the council members' office and the mayor's office are getting flooded with emails from our families because they are very, very concerned. And we're here and we need you to help us advocate on the behalf of all of our kids. And I love coming to these hearings because I hear things from all over the city where I know we are all advocating on behalf of the kids in our schools. And I just hope that we're able to straighten this out. So thank you for the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you, Ms. Paulson. Sandra Moscoso.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman and Council members. I'm Sandra Moscoso, a member of the School Without Walls High School Home and School Association and LSAT, and an officer in the Ward 2 and Ward 6 Education Councils. First, I support stabilizing school level budgets, and I thank you for taking action. I also support transparency measures to help communities understand what exactly is funded and via which budget it's being funded. The following line in the bill's introduction about school year 22's budget process struck a chord. Parents were angry and some teachers left in search of greater stability. At School Without Walls, this played out in school year 22 when a foreign language teacher's position was cut. After months of citywide advocacy, the position was restored. However, the damage was done and the teacher, a 10-year veteran of the school or at the school, left. On paper, the position was funded, but in reality, many students paid the price of a chaotic semester without a teacher. What will happen in school year 24? Under the current DCPS budget model, when the mystery temporary stability funds are gone, School Without Walls will lose 3 staff members. No drop in enrollment, but a callous defunding of the school while city leaders boast about DC values. You'll hear today from Hardy parents about the devastating impact a change in special education funding had on Hardy's current scheduling and student access to music, foreign language, and more. This desperately needs to be resolved. Our current erratic budgeting process is a bad habit we can't break. It causes damage even when budgets are restored. It exacerbates teacher turnover, blows up school programming and academic continuity, and it hurts the school community. Moreover, the process also leads to inequity in voice across communities and fosters an antagonistic rather than collaborative approach to resource allocation. Yes, council members, as a result, parents are angry and teachers are leaving. I have 3 concerns I hope you can resolve. It's not clear how this bill will prevent DCPS from continuing to use at-risk funds to fill holes in programming. How will you ensure equity and access to resources across schools? Even a perfect law will not guarantee that DCPS will comply with it. What will be different in council's approach to oversight that will ensure DCPS is accountable to keeping budget, staffing, and programs whole and equitable? And finally, DCPS's budget and spending is only half of the picture of school budgets. It's irrational to believe that we will achieve budget stability so long as our city does not have an overall education plan that encompasses both DCPS and charters. To have stability in funding, we need to have stability and predictability in the number of schools that need to be funded. Publicly funded schools open almost spontaneously from year to year without regard for demand and without accountability for their impact to existing schools across both sectors. I look forward to the council introducing a comprehensive cross-sector plan for DC education. Thank you for your work supporting schools, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Moscoso. Sarah Ritchie.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, council members. I speak to you today as the parent of an 8th grader at Hardy Middle School. I'm also the chair of Hardy's LSAT and secretary of the Ward 2 Education Council. And I'm very much in support of the school's first budgeting act. I'd like to give you an example of the destabilizing effects of this year's budget cuts on Hardy. For 2 years, my son has had an outstanding experience at Hardy. He's participated in advanced orchestra and was also introduced to Spanish, which he's been able to take every year and has now become his passion. He was also able to choose from other energizing and relevant electives like drama, art, computer applications, and STEM, all of which provided a creative outlet, social stimulation, emotional acuity, and skills training during a fragile time in his life as a middle schooler living through a pandemic. This year, however, things changed suddenly. Hardy did not receive so-called hold harmless funds because its enrollment grew during the pandemic, or at least that's why we think. The general curriculum budget for Hardy in the new model fell short by $360,000. As a result, Hardy was forced to cut 3 positions in art, STEM, and ELA. Now there are insufficient staff to effectively support the overall master schedule. Hardy has therefore had to reduce its offerings from 7 content classes to 6 content classes. Furthermore, with this tightened schedule, Hardy has lost its ability to offer the differentiated instrumental music lessons in jazz and orchestra for which it had become so well known and respected, despite the fact that Hardy has 2 world-class music teachers on staff and a storage room packed with precision musical instruments. With fewer courses, class sizes have swelled. Many students have reported not being able to get into foreign language classes, and there are no art or computer classes at all, which contradicts DCPS's own best practice guidelines, which state that all middle school students, quote, should receive a minimum of 1 semester of instruction in both music and visual art each year, end quote. But it gets worse. There's a cascading effect. Since general education budget cuts forced Hardy to remove a class period, that resulted in the extension of the length of class sessions. Each class got longer, Classes that before COVID were 45 minutes long have expanded to 90 minutes. And as a college professor, I regularly teach 75-minute classes, and 20-year-olds can't handle it. Teachers have reported that with extended class times and loss of art and music as creative outlets, students are distracted and frustrated in class. Hardy has lost some of its most beloved teachers due to burnout and an unwillingness to teach in these conditions, and I don't blame them. These are exactly the same conditions that other schools may face if hold harmless funds are removed. Our teachers and our students deserve better. Stabilization of school budgets would prevent such drastic alterations to educational standards and curriculum within a single budget cycle. I would only point out that the Schools First Budgeting Act calculates minimums based on current budgets. This minimum does not suffice when schools like Hardy, and I know Hardy's not alone, Thompson, Drew, and I'm sure others have experienced similar cuts. It does not suffice when schools don't have enough in the current budget due to cuts introduced into general curriculum programming by the new budget model or by this year's budget. So I urge you to pass the Schools First Budgeting Act so that what happened to Hardy does not happen to other schools. And I implore you to hold DCPS accountable for the student experience within the new budget model. I ask you to provide oversight and investigation into programming across the district before setting minimums based on last year's allocation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ritchie. I was fumbling there to see if I was muted. Laura Fuchs?
Right. Thank you. I hope you can hear me in my classroom. So I am still in the process of writing my testimony, so I'm kind of testifying what I've heard today because I'm still trying to learn more about this legislation, and I am learning more here. So listening to you speak, Council Chair, I'm definitely glad to see we're focusing on one of the chief concerns that many of us have testified on for a long time, which is the size of central office. I hope that, as others have brought up, that we do everything we can to protect the neighborhood public schools from being closed and make sure that there are safeguards in place so that DCPS is never tempted to close a school over cutting its own funding. I do think when looking at central office, that there are jobs that they do that provide important logistical support for our schools. Might be surprising to hear. Something it is failing at dramatically, though, is supporting our schools in its most basic functions. Teachers wait for months to have basic paperwork processed. Pay is done incorrectly. Teachers still haven't gotten paid for work that was done last year. In that vein, if DCPS needs more money to hire additional workers for these important functions, I think that it is reasonable to increase central administration staffing to make sure they can increase staffing in this highly necessary area. On the other hand, the school support section of the budget is the one that causes by far the most problems and unfunded mandates for our local schools. It is at the heart of why we show up and testify at length about our problems with central office. Instead of supporting our schools, they create additional paperwork, programs, and more to justify their own existence in a top-down manner, rather than supporting our schools from the bottom up. They are so large that they often fail to communicate with each other, often doing many redundant and sometimes contradictory requests, usually with zero understanding of policy and practice. This section of the budget could be significantly reduced, I think at least half of it, and our educators would thank you for it. I heard Robert White mention the average salaries in schools. I view this as a key issue. I understand why many view it as a problem with equity because oftentimes schools in the most under-resourced wards often have younger staff. But I believe if we don't continue to use average salaries, it could lead to schools choosing to push out or fire older and more experienced teachers because they could hire 2 younger teachers for that same amount of money, or not being able to hire a more experienced teacher for a given position dependent on the budget, thus exacerbating the problems of inequity. So I do think that it is correct to use the average teacher salaries and should continue to be done so. I know this isn't part of the legislation necessarily, but I echo the sentiments that President Pogue-Lyons brought up, which is that we need to increase the power of the local school advisory team within this process. I think too often principals are subject to intense pressure from central office to use certain programs or waste money on school-based administration instead of frontline workers. And if the LSAT had final sign-off power, not just that a letter is shared if we disagree, but we had to sign off on the budget in order for it to be approved, that would force the principal and DCPS to work with educators and parents to ensure that our budget is in the best interest of serving our students, not serving DCPS paperwork mandates. And that is what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fuchs. Chris Bergfalk. I believe he's not here. So there'll be one, let me see, let's try a 6-minute round of questions. See if that works, 1 6-minute round. Ms. Fuchs, if I could ask you, did it see any cuts in staff this year? Ms. Fuchs, are you there? She's not responding. Let me see. Ms. Huddleston, I just wanted to know, you were not the only one to say this, but I pulled your testimony out. You testified that we need to replace one-time recovery funds that schools are using to cover needed and recurring positions. The way this bill, the staff draft, is structured, what it does is it says beginning with the current year's budget, all funding sources. So that would include, for example, ESSER and Title I funds. A school that qualified as Title I this year, but its enrollment is changing and won't qualify next year would not lose money because of that. It's up to DCPS in terms of how it matches its funding sources, but the school itself would not be harmed. All of the funds, so that would include the one-time recovery funds, would be included. I don't know if you understood that, and I don't know if you're still here.
Yeah, I'm still here, and I do understand that, but there's $44 million worth of stability funding in the DCPS budget, much of which is the federal, ESSER funding. And so I guess the question is how is DCPS going to maintain that level of investment when one-time dollars are going to shrivel up? What is the expectation when that money is not part of the local fund budget and it's going to go away?
Well, that's a good question. The way the staff draft is crafted is that the local school would not suffer. So either DCPS will find other federal dollars to fill the gap, or DCPS will have to rearrange how it's spending within its overall budget. But the local school would not be hurt. The theory behind this is that the teaching occurs at the local school. Let's just say, because I asked a question or tried to ask a question to Ms. Fuchs, and I'll come back to her, H.D. Woodson. The teaching occurs at H.D. Woodson, not at Central. To be sure, Central has some important support functions, but if H.D. Woodson has, let's say, $100,000 in ESSER funds this year and not next year, how are we improving education at H.D. Woodson if we cut their funding next year by $100,000? So for sure, this is something that we have to be looking at. But I think from the viewpoint of ensuring adequate resources in our schools for teaching, we don't want to cut H.D. Woodson because the ESSER funds go away. And the way the bill is structured, it would not be cut. And you do say in your testimony, Ms. Huddleston, we need to replace one-time recovery funds that schools are using to cover needed and recurring positions. So the bill's consistent with that.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I think, again, other people testified, just about the concern and the pressure that that's going to put on the central budget office in order to meet that mandate, and certainly in perpetuity. So I think we need to really understand how that would impact other functions that are necessary and that DCPS is providing at scale and more equitably at the central level office. So there's not disagreement about the fact that those funds are needed. I think the question is, how is that going to actually happen in a reasonable way?
Okay, fair point. And that's something we will be looking at. Ms. Fuchs, to go back to you, did H.D. Woodson see any cut in staff this year?
No, we didn't. We saw increases, but we were pressured to increase our like central, like our own little administration instead of teaching. And that became a big fight within the LSAT, but the LSAT lost to the pressure of our instructional superintendent and principal. That's just why I bring up LSAT need more power. So like we did have a good budget this year. It was good, but the way it got spent was not the way teachers and parents thought it should.
And I asked a question because the budget book, which is different than the website dcpsbudget.com, which is different than the financial system. The budget book shows that H.D. Woodson actually lost money for the current school year.
Yeah,
So-
we did get like gifted quite a bit of things, I believe. Like stuff was getting added throughout like the summer. So like our personnel committee has been meeting like nonstop. But no, we ended up adding positions.
Let me, thank you. Let me turn to Mary Levy, if you're still here. The administration is going to argue that this bill will break the budget. I don't think I agree, but do you have a view on that?
Well, there was an increase in local funding this year of $92 million. 50 million of that went into central accounts. I think that, you know, a good 20 million of that was for services that central provided to local schools, particularly instructional technology, because that comes out of a central account. I have encouraged them to move that into the school-wide category, which is where it belongs, but that's not where they've had it. But that leaves $30 million increase in local funds. There were big increases in a lot of offices. That's one thing. The other is that all of the intra-district funding is now off the books. We do not know how much intra-district funding is given to central office, not even the total amount, let alone what it's spent on. And every year, the revised budget for DCPS is tens of millions of dollars higher than it was in the approved budget, because the CFO does not recognize federal money until it's somehow more secure. That money never shows up in the approved budgets. So when I put all that together, it seems to me that we could find out over a period of a couple of years what happens at Central. It just seems like a lot of money to have available to soak up more money for local schools.
I'm out of time. Thank you. Council Member Robert White.
No questions from me, Chairman. Thank you to this panel.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to all the witnesses for being here today. Apologies, I have a little intern with me, so that is what you hear in the background. Okay, so I wanted to, is Betsy Wolf still here? I wanted to ask you the question, you mentioned something in your testimony about CPI and the timing. My understanding is that the legislation would require an average of the preceding 3 years, but did you want to expand upon a little bit what you were saying in terms of the timing there?
Yeah, I think the idea is that we wouldn't know what the inflation is for the upcoming year. So it would be hard to project exactly how much the budget should be adjusted for inflation purposes.
Okay. I think that was, I too had a similar question and concern just in terms of timing. Since there are 3 different options, depending on what data point is available, would there always be one that is a default, if that makes sense? So for instance, would we always just go with the foundation level increase, even though we're supposed to take the higher of the 3, but if the CPI comes out after the fact, are we defaulting to one data point over another? But we can ask more questions on that front. President Polk Lyons, or even if Ms. Bell is still with us too, we're just gonna ignore her, but ignore her as in my intern, not ignore you guys. I had a question around the required service levels for special education and ELL. How often do those get revisited?
I'm not sure of your question, but I mean, you know that in a school, I believe it's 16 for SPED, about the same for ELL. So meaning for every 16, 17 SPED students or ELL students, you must have a teacher. If it falls under, then for instance, with ELL, you would be itinerant. And now we know that we've gotten some migrant students that have come into our school system, particularly, I know, for instance, at Wheatley, they received 25 migrant newcomers. And so the question is for the school, how do we get the support, particularly since many of those students are Spanish speaking? And that's a concern for the administrators as well as the teachers there to get them the students, I mean, not get them the teachers and the support that they need, especially because they do have ELL teachers there, but they are not Spanish speaking. So how do we,
right, for the profile of student, how do you ensure that the right combination is there for a particular school?
And many times that's the issue. How do you cut through the bureaucratic tape to get the things that students need? And again, like General Vice President Bell said, we know that the people down at central office work hard, but it's hard for us to feel it when we still have people who don't have supply cards, not getting paid, don't have laptops. So on the people who are on the front line are having difficulty understanding what's going on at central office.
Okay. Do you have any concerns? So in my reading of the staff draft, and I haven't had an opportunity to have any conversations with the committee of the whole staff in terms of the intent here, but in my reading of it, once you get to step 6, the budget may only be decreased if the projected enrollment declines enough that you would lose to warrant an elimination of a classroom teacher or of a classroom. So that the decrease only be made on an FTE basis. Is there any concern that we are setting up a situation whereby a classroom teacher position is the only thing that can be eliminated? And perhaps I'm reading this wrong, but this is sort of my understanding, and anyone can sort of chime in here. This is sort of my reading of this particular draft, is that the only decrease that can happen is a classroom teacher and an FTE. We cannot decrease on non-personnel spending. And so doesn't that kind of make classroom teachers more vulnerable here?
I think, and I'm not going to take up everyone else's time. I think there's, we have a lack of stability throughout the school. And what really gets us at the Washington Teachers Union is that teachers have to let the district know that they're going to perhaps leave in April. So you let the district know that you want to stay, but the district has until the end of May to tell you whether you're excess or not. With changes in students and the instability of what's going on in school for school, that's how you lose teachers, because teachers don't have, can't wait year to year to know whether they're going to have a job or not. That's why that's one of the reasons why we have a high turnover, because I have to let you know in April, but you don't let me know about it until the end of May that I could be excess. especially if you are an art teacher or a ELL counselor or social worker.
Got it. I'm out of time, but I saw Kathy Riley who was like nodding along. So I don't know, maybe drop it in the chat. But yeah. Chairman Mendelson, there's another box here that says Councilmember Henderson, but I think that is Councilmember Lewis George. I think that is her.
Well, I'll ask her in a moment, but I hope she's not masquerading as you. The thinking behind that line is that if the enrollment goes down 50 students in a school, but the 50 students are spread out between kindergarten and 5th grade, how does it help the school if they lose money? So it's if the enrollment drops by 50 students in the 5th grade, well, then you would not need as many 5th grade teachers. That's the thinking there. When I've talked with principals, I was a little shocked at this, but principals don't have an NPS budget separate from their PS budget. They can move it all around. And so that's why the original bill did talk about NPS money versus PS money. This staff draft no longer makes that distinction. But again, even if the enrollment drops by 50 spread across 5 grades, or high school 30 spread across 4 grades, why are we cutting what they need less Xerox paper? Or are they, and in fact, I think schools think they don't have enough MPS. So that's what the thinking was behind that. Councilmember Lewis George, are you here? I am not in gallery view, so I can't tell who's where.
She is here. She just hasn't taken herself off mute.
I see her. Well, she's trying to unmute. Is your intern a W-9 or W-2 employee?
She is not of age for labor at all, so.
I don't know that you should say that on the record, but okay.
All right, I think I got it there, Chairman.
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. I wanted to come to Quabia for a second in your testimony. Quabia, can you say more about sort of, I guess, why it would be problematic to use, I guess, the fiscal year 2023 budget as the baseline? And like what if, and I understand why, but like, what is the possible solution if that's the like, in understanding the issue of why it's a sort of problematic?
Yeah, I mean, so I already talked about the fact that there's a lot of one-time money that is going to go away. So there has to be a plan for that. But, you know, other folks also talked about some of the budgets. You know, there are winners and losers in fiscal year 23. And I think that, you know, we had the comprehensive staffing model just last year. We have this new school budget model. And so I think it would be worth, you know, meeting with school communities and like actually understanding more broadly how schools are faring and whether or not these new versions of their budgets, they want to keep them and they want to build on them, or, you know, might it make sense to revisit some of the prior year fiscal year budgets to see what can be done. But I think there probably needs to be a little bit more scrutinizing of the school budgets before we decide.
Before we do that, okay.
This is where we need to be.
Okay, got it. Okay, I got what you're saying. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Betsy, I wanted to come to you for a second. You mentioned issues with budgeting for special education sort of year to year. Could you elaborate on that? It's something I thought about, but didn't have it really get a chance to dig in a little bit more. So just wanted to see what you've dissected as coming out of some of the issues, especially around special education.
Yeah, so DCPS at any time can decide to increase or add a special education program. So on your budget, it looks like you have 3 more classrooms, 3 staff members, 3 aides, and a few number of students. So your budget looks huge, but that doesn't actually, like, that doesn't mean you have more money. Now you have more kids, and like, if you don't get additional dollars to fund those classrooms, that means you have like $300,000, $400,000 less on like other teachers and special teachers. So it's like, it looks like it's an increase, but it's actually a cut if you don't fund those classrooms. So if your budget held constant, but you're adding one of those classrooms, it's actually a loss.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. And I know Mary spoke a little bit about sort of some of the rules, the at-risk, some of the rules around at risk. I guess I'm trying to find a way, if the bill is passed, to make, figure out, is there, what changes can be made to sort of address, especially that concern with our special education budgeting year to year, but also the definitions that, were flagged as sort of a issue around at-risk rules. Do you have any thoughts on anything we can do to narrow this to address the issue?
Is this a question for me or someone else?
You or Mary can answer it.
I'll just say, from Amidon Bowen, you have to know that the number of special ed classrooms or programming did not change. And if it changed, you have to account for that. And that's a separate issue than at-risk funds that, aren't for special ed kids, or for the kids who are classified at risk, and making sure those are supplemental.
Okay. Thanks for that. Thank you. Mary, I didn't know if you wanted to come in at all, I know you talked about some of the, that it deletes some of the at-risk schools in there from SNS to 90% of at-risk money to schools. Could you, if you could, speak to some of the ways in which sort of there are some issues with definitions that we could possibly sort of fix down the line, or if it's fixable?
Well, the problem is that DCPS underfunds general education. That's the basic program for all students. And then they make up for it in two ways. For schools that have a significant number of at-risk students, the at-risk money gets diverted to cover, for example, related arts teachers. For schools that don't have very much at-risk money to divert, then you get these extra allocations. This is kind of a crazy way to do it. Something I really want to point out in view of the previous discussion is that you can have a fairly small loss at a grade level and still lose a teacher position because of cutoffs. If you have, for example, 36 students in the second grade, you're going to have 2 classroom teachers. If that number goes down to 27, you're going to lose a classroom teacher, because it's not that you're really funding a lot of ghost students.
Yeah.
The cutoffs, and DCPS has at one time anyway had caps of 28 students to a class. So there's a big difference between 29 and 26. And I think that's something to bear in mind when you look at that particular aspect of the proposed legislation.
Okay. I think my time is done, but I was going to ask you, how would you approach sort of, I heard some testimony from some others about central office cuts, and sort of some things have, I think one of the testimony was some things have been working. So let's think about those things, but how would you approach making cuts to central office? Like, where do you think we start? If we have to not impact schools too much, where would you think we should start?
Well, we have to start by finding out just what it is they're doing. I mean, we can pick out individual things they do which are useful. We know that those exist, and we can pick out people who are wonderful. But until you have accounted for everything in a given category, you haven't accounted for anything. I mean, what else is there, and what is it doing? And the DCPS budget, we only get central office in the city's budget books. And they are not very good at telling us just what it is they're doing. The That's all.
Absolutely.
Start with that and then ask that question, which is
I
a good
got
one.
you. I appreciate it. Always, as always, appreciate your insight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Let me just note, though, the example on, I think it was second grade, and if the enrollment goes from 36 to 27,
Mhm.
but the way this bill is structured, it would be the funding for the school. So let's say the second grade enrollment dropped by 6, but let's say that the first grade enrollment increased by 10.
Mhm.
In fact, the bill isn't even based on enrollment. And so the school, it would be up to the principal, what the principal does in that case. It's only if the enrollment drops so much that therefore the additional, the enrollment for the entire school drops so much.
Right. There would be an offset then. I think where you're really looking at it is, you know, if you lose 10 students in every grade, some might go up and some might go down.
And the
It just
principal
all
would have-
depends.
And the principal would have the flexibility to figure out his staffing.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I'm just addressing the question of what people have complained about, saying, well, you know, we just keep funding smaller and smaller classes because of minimal declines over a period of years. And it doesn't work that way when you allocate teachers.
Yeah. I want to thank all the witnesses. I don't believe there are any other council members present. So I want to thank all the witnesses. I'm going to turn to the next group of witnesses. Jeremy Joseph, who is a DCPS parent at Key, and I believe on the LSAT chairperson. Riley Danilko, who's a policy analyst at DC Action. Matthew Fruman, who's listed as a public witness. Jessica Giles, who's State Director of Education Reform Now, DC Chapter. Margarita Thompson, who's a teacher. Valerie Jablo, who's listed as a DCPS parent. Keishan Puta, who is an ANC commissioner on ANC 2E. Colleen Crino, who is listed as Hardy Middle School Civic Liaison. Carrie Savage, who is Director of Policy and Advocacy at PAVE. Ruth Wattenberg, who's the Ward 3 representative to the DC State Board of Education. Paul Edwards. Yashim Sayan, who is Executive Director of the DC Policy Center. Eric Goulet, who is listed as candidate for Ward 3 State Board of Education. Jessica Sutter, who is the Ward 6 representative on the DC State Board of Education. Allison Harvey, who's listed as a parent. Sherry Jones, who's a librarian in DCPS. Casey Boyd, and Peter McPherson. And we'll begin with Jeremy Joseph. Mr. Joseph here.
Here, that's for the second grade.
Thank you, Council Member. Chairman, I had a hard time getting into the Zoom there. As you said, my name is Jeremy Joseph. I'm a parent of 2 DCPS children. The fearless Abby Paulson is one of my PTO presidents at Hardy, and also my other daughter goes to Key. I'm the LSAT chair for the Key Elementary School. I'm on the PTO of Hardy Middle School. I'm a community working group member for the new MacArthur High School, which we're excited about. And I also serve on the DCPS Technology Advisory Committee. So as a parent, I'm not a budget expert, but I have a lot of on-the-ground experience having been engaged with DCPS as a stakeholder. As a parent, I want 2 things, right? A first-rate public education for my kids and all the kids in Washington, D.C., and an effective, efficient DCPS central office as a shared services provider that's responsive to, right, and supportive of and focused on the principals, the teachers, and the parents, and accountable, truly accountable to improving educational outcomes for DCPS students. In my experience, right, neither of these goals is being achieved today. But I emphatically support the intent of your bill to promote stability to schools and teachers. I'm not a budget expert. I don't know the ins and outs of so many people on this call have said have such good points here, but I do in fact support the intent of the bill. In evaluating the impact of any bill, I would ask you to consider a few points. One is first restoring funding to Hardy Middle School, right? Putting them back up to the staffing level that they should be at from a year or two ago, for all the reasons made clear by Sarah Ritchie, Abby Paulson, and others that will testify. Two is sharply increase funding across the board to increase the base level funding for schools for teachers and programming. The schools are funded insufficiently to meet the needs of the students today, and the coming fiscal cliff, the coming funding cliff will decimate the confidence of DCPS parents and teachers and cause a mass migration out of the system by both of those parties. So do everything you can urgently now to send the signal that those funding cuts that are forecast are dead on arrival. And it feels like to me that this bill accomplishes that goal, which, if nothing else, seems to be a very good signal. And finally, as others have said here, promote the competence, accountability, and transparency among DC central office, right? Let me elaborate on a few points. One is the funding today is insufficient. Others will talk about the situation at Hardy, which is dire, frankly, from simply the lack of the loss of 3 positions that has had cascading downstream effects that are very problematic for all the families, and most importantly for the teachers, right? The teachers that are now having to stretch more and more and more and be asked to do more and more. To your point, and I know you're holding another hearing on this, teacher burnout and resignation should be the focus, a twin focus, as well as education and for the kids. In the face of these draconian budget cuts, families will start to leave the system well in advance of the standard DCPS budgeting cycle. So any signals the committee and the council can send now will be essential to retain staff and teachers. But let me also speak to the DCPS central office. They provide some very valuable shared services, but they are not accountable. You and I have spoken about email chains related to fixing of the Key School roof, which you helped solve. I was on email chains where numerous administrators at DCPS failed to respond to myself, to the principal, and no action was taken for half a decade on routine maintenance. DCPS IT is another area where, and this will be detailed in my testimony, there's a massive capacity gap between what is needed and what is available from DCPS IT. So anything that would strip central office of these critical services should be closely evaluated. For example, at Jackson Reed, they still haven't gotten their computers yet, 3 weeks into the year. Thank you very much for your time, and we really appreciate your focus on this very important issue.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph, and you'll be providing your statement.
Yes, sir.
Riley Danilko.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thanks for the opportunity to testify. I'm Riley Danilko, a policy analyst at DC Action, home of the DC Out of School Time Coalition. I'm testifying today about an issue closely related to the bill being discussed today, the recent decision by DCPS to discontinue to provide security personnel for many of the after-school programs in DCPS schools in future years. While this decision was temporarily reversed for the current fiscal year, the school district has implied that it will not cover these costs in future years and that OST partners should find money in their organizational budgets for security personnel. For the record, we're talking about expenses of nearly $100,000 for some community-based organizations. This change would not only threaten CBO out-of-school time organizations' financial stability and sustainability of programs for youth, but could also compromise the safety of students and staff during after-school programs, especially for middle and high school students who this decision would disproportionately impact. We understand that conversations around public safety and security in schools are complex, and that there are varying viewpoints among DC leaders, families, and youth about what makes them feel safe in their neighborhoods and their schools. However, the answer is not to pool security resources from some OST programs, especially without bringing OST leaders to the table to come up with collaborative ideas about how to address safety and security in after-school programs. When DC Action and the DCOST Coalition spoke out against the decision, which was originally set to apply to the current school year, we were pleased that Chancellor Farabee and the school district's decision makers responded by stating that DCPS would cover costs for this year for programs that provided free after-school activities to families and who were in compliance with partnership requirements. However, the response fell short of committing to provide security for programs in the future, saying that while DCPS will continue to evaluate this issue moving forward, partners are strongly encouraged to identify funding to cover future costs. If the school district implements next year the same change that was presented this year, to only provide security for the 55 DCPS-sponsored OST programs, many providers may be forced to eliminate seats for some of our city's most vulnerable youth. Most alarming is that this seat decrease will disproportionately affect students from low-income families that receive free or low-cost after-school services. In many instances, OST providers offer programming that fills critical gaps in DCPS OST programming. It will also disproportionately impact middle and high school students, since the majority of DCPS-sponsored sites are elementary schools. Middle and high school students are at greater risk of becoming disconnected from positive environments and often have less supervision than younger students after school. OST partners don't just value student safety and well-being, they're an important part of the village that keeps our youth safe. While OST is not the focus of this hearing, we encourage the committee to convene a public roundtable for OST as soon as possible, given that the issue mentioned today is just one of a number of challenges the OST sector is facing, and parents, programs, advocates, and young people should have the chance to respond. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Danilko. Matthew Fruman.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. And thank you for bringing forward this important proposed legislation and raising the critical issue of ensuring full, fair, and predictable budgets for DCPS schools. While I greatly admire the spirit of the proposed legislation, I have 3 reservations which I will address in reverse order. Every formula breaks down. We need to ensure that our benchmark for each school is appropriate, and we need to provide DCPS with adequate funds. The adequacy of funding for DCPS. Many of the current year DCPS school budgets are plugged with one-time money. If those funds went away next year, it would be a catastrophe and radically irresponsible in the wake of the most significant learning losses during the pandemic. Indeed, averting such a fiscal cliff is the most powerful argument in favor of this legislation. The fiscal cliff is on the order of $30 million. That gap can and should be addressed appropriately by appropriately funding DCPS for enrollment and equalizing the UPSFF tax on DCPS relative to the charter sector for maintenance and operations. I've testified on these issues before in the past, and the crux of my analysis is attached. The bottom line, though, is that by addressing these simple issues of fairness, we can and should add $25 to $50 million to the DCPS budget, and that can help to address the fiscal cliff. Appropriate benchmark. Admittedly, the 22-23 school budgets come closer to providing an adequate benchmark for many, but not all schools. Hardy Middle School, which you've heard a lot about already, provides a poignant illustration. It did not see significant enrollment declines, so did not receive one-time harmless dollars. The result was a small budget cut with wide-ranging negative ramifications. The Hardy budget should be fixed now, and I hope you will press for that. But the Hardy example is cautionary on the sweeping embrace of a benchmark year without first a close analysis to ensure all the benchmark budgets are appropriate. The limits of any formula. DCPS spent a year developing a new formula. Simple implementation of it without the addition of one-time money in the current budgets for many schools would have wreaked havoc. The old formula had issues too, as did the one before that. It's not possible to craft a formula that can capture all of the distinctive situations. The utilities of formulas is to evaluate the reasonableness of budgets, but not as a strict regimen. Indeed, the DCPS budget formulas have never been treated as a strict regimen. People have testified to this already. There have always been exceptions and workarounds. We should acknowledge that reality. We need to flip the script on the approach to school budgets and start, shocking as it may sound, with an evaluation of what each individual school needs to serve its community and then fund each school to succeed. The reasonableness of the resulting budget should be tested against various potential formulas, but our funding should be driven by what is needed. The mayor may not love this because once we establish what is needed, it would be hard for a mayor to decline to provide the requisite funding, but that's a good challenge. Once we've gone through the process to ensure that we have proper benchmark budgets, the kind of accountability you propose could make a lot of sense. Perhaps, though, another way to get at it would be to require that if DCPS made FTE cuts at any school in any category, that DCPS be required to explain in the proposed budget in detail why it is making such a reduction off of the established benchmark. Taking this all together, we should take steps to ensure that the fiscal cliff is averted, work to achieve proper school-by-school benchmark budgets, and then hold DCPS accountable for any cuts made off of that budget, those budgets going forward. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Fruman, and it's good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Jessica Giles.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members and staff of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Jessica Giles. I am a Ward 7 resident and State Director of Education Reform Now, DC. Earn DC is a nonprofit organization that fights for a just and equitable public education system for all students. I am pleased to provide testimony on Bill 24-570, the Schools First and Budgeting Amendment Act of 2021. On January 20th, I testified before the DC Council on the first version of this bill and urged the Council to adopt 3 recommendations. Review DCPS's new budget model before making any changes to their budgeting process, create a more transparent and accessible tracking system of expenditures across our public education system, and require the mayor to complete a new adequacy study of the UPSFF every 5 years. Thank you for listening and advancing those recommendations. Additionally, the DC Council approved a 5.9% increase to the UPSFF in FY 2023 and created 2 new concentration weights for students designated as at risk. These are all critical investments as the district seeks to accelerate learning after the devastating impact COVID has had on our students, families, educators, and schools. Now turning to the bill itself. Overall, we appreciate the intent, but believe the bill is overly prescriptive and would cause some negative consequences. There are 2 issues I want to highlight. Issue 1, we are concerned that lines 73 through 76 would allow a school to keep its same level of funding at the expense of schools with increased enrollment. We need every school working to enroll and retain students. A provision that would allow DCPS to keep 95% of its prior year's funding is already codified into law. We believe funding must follow the student with increased spending on students further from opportunity. Issue number 2, we are concerned that lines 90 through 94, which replace federal funding with local funding, would cause a multi-million-dollar funding hole when federal relief funds are exhausted. There are limits to the number of cuts DCPS could make to the central office to give more to those few schools with rising enrollment while still providing essential services necessary to run a large system. Further, if DC were to increase funding for the UPSFF to help DCPS fund the hold harmless provisions in this bill, it may mean fewer funds for programs that support public education outside of the formula. We do, however, agree with lines 100 through 107, which support extending the time the DC Council and the public have to properly review DCPS's budget calculation and require the LEA to share only one budget document. These positive process changes will help enhance transparency and clarity during the budget process. Overall, school funding must be equitable, flexible, transparent, and accessible, and predictable and stable. Equitable with resources following students, and additional spending is on students with higher needs, so all students get the resources they need to meet high standards and thrive. Flexible so that school leaders can invest in a combination of resources that drive student learning and meet the distinct needs of their students. Transparent transparent and accessible with clear, easy to understand rules for where, how, and why funds are distributed. So school communities can hold districts accountable for distributing funds equitably, and so that principals and families understand changes in their enrollment and student needs. And lastly, predictable and stable, so that school system leaders understand how changes in their system's context affect funding, and so that big changes in funding from year to year don't disrupt strategies and services that are particularly important in high-need schools. All of these strategies must work optimally together to ensure that our public education system prepares every student to reach their limitless potential. Thank you for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you, Ms. Childs. Margarita Thompson. I'm told she's not here. Valerie Jablo.
I am Valerie Jablo, a DCPS parent for the last 17 years. In that time, my kids have often experienced school budget problems, including instability and loss of beloved teachers and programming. I appreciate that this bill attempts to address those issues. Unfortunately, its fixes could change DCPS for the worse. My written testimony goes into this, as people ahead of me have today. Moreover, the bill does not address root causes of school budget woes. Let me outline for a moment those root causes. 1, DC student population is not growing, but our school seats are. Our kindergarten enrollment may soon be as low as it was 10 years ago. Yet just in the last 4 years, 8 new charter schools have been approved. Last school year, those charters enrolled 1,016 students. Each new school requires a facility and administrative staff, which are increases in fixed costs borne by DC taxpayers. Each new school also requires students from a not growing pool. This fiscal reality is at the heart of DCPS budget struggles, especially in schools of right with low or declining enrollments. I fear all of that will be used to justify DCPS closures, most likely in DC's poorest neighborhoods, where charters have long proliferated with inexpensive and historically unprotected properties and lots of kids. Please do not call this unconscionably poor use of our public resources competition. Low enrollment, disinvestment, and subsequent closures of schools of right are civic failures to protect communities, education rights, and sound use of our money. If you really want budget stability, you have to address enrollment pressures caused by proliferation. 2, half our annual education expenditure goes to DCPS, while the other half, $1 billion, goes to a sector with largely unregulated finance, putting undue pressure on DCPS. DC charters have more than $350 million in unrestricted cash. Just last year, they received over $150 million in facilities fees to be used for anything with no public record. Recently, DC Prep solicited for an advisor to invest millions in cash. Its board characterized the haul as private money, even as the school gets more than 80% of its funding from DC taxpayers. And though $2 million was apparently embezzled from KIPP DC in 2020, there was nothing in its 2021 audit to indicate anything was wrong. We know charter proliferation enabled by such excess public money is dire for DCPS schools of right. Yet, while micromanaging DCPS's budget, this bill sidesteps that reality, as well as the fact that we do not know how, or even if, such excess cash in charters ever gets to kids. Indeed, ignoring all that may very well be the wish of those literally banking on it. This spring, charter advocate Catherine Bradley gave $15,000 to a political action committee that appeared to be taking in money on behalf of D4DC. Bradley donated as chair of the KIPP Foundation. At the same time, charter advocacy organizations spent millions in DC's primary, while there is no required tax disclosure of donors to charter schools and to political action committees in DC. There are also no visitor logs in the Wilson building. This bill treats that other $1 billion as if it's unrelated to DCPS, but that's not how our school budgets work. Thus, I urge you now to work with community advocates on a rational fiscal plan that takes all of these root causes of DCPS budget problems into account.
Thank you, Ms. Jablo. Kishan Puta. Commissioner Puta. I don't believe he's here. We'll go to Colleen. Is it Crino or Crino? And I apologize.
No worries, it's Crino. Thank you. Okay, well, thank you, Chairman and Council members, for hosting this hearing today. and engaging with the community on the DCPS budgeting process. My name is Colleen Crino, and I've been a DCPS parent for 11 years now, with a 6th grader at Hardy Middle School and a 9th grader at School Without Walls who graduated from Hardy this spring. I also serve as the civic liaison on the Hardy Middle School PTO, and my daughter and son are only 3 years apart in school, and yet their experiences have been dramatically different at the same schools, given that 3-year time difference. My daughter, starting in 3rd grade, was learning to play the violin at Fillmore Arts program offered to her through the programming at Key Elementary at the time. She went on to play the violin at Hardy Middle through beginner, intermediate, and advanced orchestra, and is now trying out for the orchestra at School Without Walls. Meanwhile, my younger son began to play the trumpet also in Fillmore in 3rd grade, and told me then that he wanted to go on to Duke Ellington one day. Later that school year, COVID hit and Fillmore closed. He still has the trumpet that, as with all the Fillmore instruments, was simply left behind when the program suddenly shuttered. It has been collecting dust since then and will continue to do so, because starting this year, just as he is arriving in 6th grade, Hardy no longer has a band or orchestra program. Not only did he lose Fillmore Music and Arts in elementary school, Hardy is now also unable to offer the music programming that they have long been known for, and which has attracted students to the school from all across the city. In fact, my son's best friend, who's a Ward 7 resident and whose dad is a Duke Ellington graduate, specifically figured out how they could come across town to Hardy because of the music programming, and he is not alone. This is just one example of how negatively Hardy was impacted by the new DCPS budget model, which, because of continued enrollment growth throughout COVID, was not eligible for hold harmless funding. And part of that budget shift did come from the addition of a new special ed program, which was not fully funded, and therefore funds had to be drawn from general education funds, the issue that Mary Levy and Betsy Wolf did touch on earlier. So a school that has seen continued high growth has had to cut 3 general ed positions supporting visual arts, STEM, and ELA. And because those 3 positions were also critical to staffing the master schedule, deeper cuts were needed, so all specialized orchestra and band offerings had to be cut, and elective offerings had to be limited to a choice between general music or introductory language, instead of offering students guaranteed access to both arts and language as is specified in the DCPS arts framework, and as you've heard from others. And because there weren't enough classes being offered in the master schedule, each class length had to be extended and class sizes made larger to accommodate students who would otherwise have been spread throughout the schedule. And because the classes are longer and more students are in each one, the teachers are frustrated and exhausted, as they've shared with us, and the students are having a hard time focusing over 90 minutes. Hardy is not only suffering from significant programmatic cuts, but it is now the bellwether for what other schools will have to suffer as they come out from hold harmless funding into the new school's budgeting model. I may not be the financial expert on the actual budget funding process and the allocations the way that others on this call are, but I'm a parent, an engaged community member who can give you a sense of what the detrimental impact to our school community is. In this current model, priority is not placed on the health of the school or the academic and learning well-being of students and their teachers. Instead, schools are left to figure out how to continually make do with a constantly shrinking pool of funds and what cuts will be the least impactful to their communities. Rather than having a best-in-class public school system that we can all be proud of, we're setting up our schools to fail by not supporting them with the necessary resources for a quality education. I strongly support the stabilization provided by the Schools First and Budgeting Act and would ask the council to ensure the support not only of our schools going forward, but also of those schools like Hardy, which as early adopters of the budget, or the new budget model, are unable to function even now in the way that they should. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Crino. Carrie Savage.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and committee staff. My name is Carrie Savage, and I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at PAVE, or Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, and a Ward 1 resident. Today, I am grateful to testify on how the staff draft of the Schools First bill relates to the beliefs that PAVE parent leaders who have long advocated for equity, transparency, and stability in how public schools in the district are funded. Transparency and equity in these school budgets have long been PAVE parent priorities. In 2018, they developed a statement of beliefs on this issue, calling for a standard and uniform budget reporting format across both DCPS and public charter schools to compare information across all schools. This absolutely should include an accurate reporting of the use of at-risk funding. Second, a standard of best practices to be developed for schools in order to meaningfully include parent voice in the budget development process. And third, an evaluation of current budgeting processes at all schools in order to ensure that funding is equitably distributed. Since that time, PAVE parent leaders have taken an active role in making progress on all 3 fronts regarding the district's public education budget. Thank you for your continued partnership with PAVE parent leaders in advancing these priorities, especially in passing the School Financial Transparency Amendment Act of 2020 and the BSA. The bill under discussion today takes a bold and welcome step of continuing that work and ensuring that schools come first in DCPS's budget. Our education funding must be centered on students, and ensuring schools are first in budgeting gets us closer to that goal. Importantly, we want to emphasize the need for a cross-sector and long-term policy solutions to ensure that all public schools, both DCPS and public charters, have the necessary resources to support their school communities. These solutions must include provisions that realistically and responsibly account for changes in federal funding and enrollment projections. As we testified at the previous hearing on the bill, we welcome the provision that would make the annual calculation of the school level budgets public record available no later than 6 weeks before the submission of the budget to the council. This will give school communities, parents, and other district residents the time to understand proposed school level budgets and their implications for the school's operation in the coming year. The staff draft also includes important language that highlights the challenge with legislating in this area and speaks to the first PAVE parent priority on budget transparency, creating a standard and uniform budget format. The bill requires that the budget determined by this section shall be published on the website and in the budget books prepared by the CFO. The mayor, DCPS, or the chancellor should only produce 1 budget for each DCPS school. Any other version that might also list school support or school-wide services attributed to a school may be published, but with a title other than a budget. We urge the committee to continue to prioritize the ease of understanding in school budgets, regardless of what it does with the current bill's language. Every parent should be able to look at their school's budgets and understand what they mean. School level budgets should be clear, comprehensible, and straightforward. Too often, the volume of information is confused with true transparency. For budgets to be truly transparent, they must be understandable. The language above is a step in the right direction on that score, and we hope the sentiment will hold true across all public schools in the district. We would also urge the committee to make greater efforts to require the inclusion of parent and community voice in the budget allocation process. Despite a detailed formula to ensure that schools are funded first, the bill lacks a mechanism to ensure that parent and community voice at the center of the conversation. We urge the council to include provisions to ensure that parent voice is prioritized in the actual allocations made through this or any formula. In closing, I return to the priorities PAVE parent leaders enumerated some 5 years ago. We need to standardize how budgets are communicated so that families and communities can effectively engage with them. Second, we must prioritize that engagement as a regular budget practice. And finally, we need to take meaningful steps toward building school budgets that ensure funding is equitable and adequate, together with families and communities at the table. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Savage. And I don't have a copy of your statement. If you would provide that.
Sure, it should be in the Committee of the Whole inbox. Thanks.
Okay. Ruth Wattenberg.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, so I'm in the car. Okay, I'm in the car. I pulled over. I can't figure out how to get my video on, so there you go. But thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing and proposing this bill. I have concerns with this bill, which I'll raise at the end and which I shared with you a bit last spring. But I am so happy that you are taking this on. Our budget process is dysfunctional. I've been on the State Board of Education for nearly 8 years, and for I think 7 straight springs, except in election years, I've been here along with many others to raise really serious concerns about the DCPS budget and plead for you to fix it. And many of the problems, as you know, are constant and unchanging. Every year, we say and hear exactly the same things: the misuse of at-risk funds, the failure to address underfunding of large schools, lack of transparency, devastating, sometimes inexplicable cuts at some subset of schools, usually schools with high proportions of students at risk, constant changing of formulas and programs, no time for school communities through their LSATs to seriously review and discuss their budgets, and so on. Every year, there are schools which have to get rid of needed teachers. Teachers leave thinking they've been excess, and suddenly the district finds money. But by then, the teachers left. The school and district have to scramble to fill the positions. Anyway, each of these issues happens year after year. I Families, board members, and council members raise these same issues over and over. We all feel that we are screaming into the wind. This system feels impenetrable, and that's why it is so important for you and the council to be engaged. I will come back to my recommendations for this bill, but first I want to say a little bit about Hardy Middle School in the context of this bill and the new DCPS budget model. As others have said, 7 years ago, Hardy was struggling. Its enrollment had been falling, feeder school families preferred deal, and many left DC public schools altogether. Folks have put so much effort into reversing that trend and building confidence in the school. Principal Cook, the staff, the parents and parent leaders at Hardy and also at the feeder schools, all of you on the council, you, Mr. Chairman, and Council Member Jay. It's now a popular school with more and more students attending each year. But now, as you have heard, these efforts and successes are about to be undone by a failure to address predictability, stability, and also adequacy, the focal points of the proposed bill. Hardy shows what happens when you don't have stability and predictability. It also shows, in a way that we can't yet see in most schools, the problems with this budget model. A positive in this year's budgeting is that with lots of extra federal money augmented by local funds, while most schools lost enrollment, most schools did not lose funding due to enrollment losses. But Hardy didn't lose students. It gained 31, about 6% of its enrollment. It didn't qualify for the extra dollars. And under the new DCPS budget model, it lost funds. It lost 3 gen ed teachers, close to 10% of its non-SPED instructional staff. The effect you've heard about: fewer electives, reduced choice in electives, lost instrumental music, student schedules are reduced, and they're going to be 90-minute classes. And I will tell you, I get complaints from Wilson students and Wilson families about having 17 and 18-year-olds in 90-minute classes. This is really a disaster for 6th graders and 7th graders and 8th graders. That's what's happening. And DCPS really hasn't offered any help to the school about how to avoid these effects. If you do nothing, Hardy's fate will be that of the other schools. Stephen Kletter, a budget expert, has calculated that without this year's supplemental pandemic dollars, Deal will have to cut 15 positions next year, and that among the feeder schools to Wilson, there are an overall staff cut of 10%. It's like this at a lot of schools around the city. It's a budget cliff, and it must get addressed. Very quickly on the bill itself, although I think other people have spoken to this much better than I can, understanding budgets better than me, but your focus on stability and predictability, but also adequacy is absolutely right. We must get the baseline budgets right, though, first, for many reasons that you've heard. These baselines are not them. DCPS needs a better model, and its stakeholders need a greater role in developing it, which they did not have. As you have noted many times, we need a citywide facilities plan. Too many schools are opening up just willy-nilly as enrollments drop. It has left us with many schools, supposedly in order to provide choice, and yet there are whole areas of the city where families don't have the choice of a desirable school in their neighborhood. That's not what it should be about. The planned adequacy study must go forward and provide good information on what is adequate for general ed, at-risk, ELL, and SPED, and for especially large and small schools, both of which have different kinds of issues, and the model needs to reflect those needs. All that said, I'm so glad you're involved. Thank you.
Hello? I can't get it.
I can hear you.
Oh, you can? All right.
Yes,
Fine,
I can't see you though.
I'll stick with hearing for right now. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for allowing me to testify today and for attempting to address the problems of budget instability. I am by no means an expert in DCPS budgets, but I have experience in developing accounting and budgeting processes and systems for large organizations. Although I'm certain that the intentions of the legislation of putting schools, principals, teachers, and students first and increasing transparency are the best, I believe this approach is flawed. As others have observed, we are ignoring the elephants in the room: declining birth rates and enrollment, an excess number of schools, the transfer of students and funding to poorly regulated charter schools, and the lack of citizen input into governance, partly because of the lack of an elected school board with any authority. I have discussed my opinions on the specific strengths and weaknesses of this draft in my written testimony that I have emailed to you, but I must observe that the budget process instability is a symptom of structural deficiencies, not a cause. Budget instability is the canary in the coal mine. Until those structural deficiencies are acknowledged and addressed, these modifications may have some effects that are beneficial and others that are harmful, but all will be temporary. For example, the defund central office aspect of this legislation may have the unintended consequence of decreasing transparency and reducing budgetary control. One thing we learned about budgets and working with large organizations is that budgeting is a collaborative process between departments, divisions, disciplines, and companies. The budget process cannot be used as a weapon to assert control or to impose accountability and transparency. Budgeting processes reflect the strengths and weaknesses of the organization that create them, but they cannot stabilize those organizations. The strongest organizations have the strongest budgeting processes and consequently produce budgets that correctly predict future operations, efficiently and transparently direct revenues and control costs, react swiftly to change, and permit robust oversight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could provide that.
I shall.
Thank you. Next is Yeshim Sayin.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and the members of the committee. My name is Yeshim Sayin Taylor, and I'm the Executive Director of DC Policy Center, an independent, nonpartisan think tank advancing policies for a strong, vibrant, and competitive economy in the District of Columbia. I thank you for the opportunity to testify today. While budget stability is important, its fiscal implications could be significant during a period of enrollment losses, especially when current budgets are already relying on a lot of one-time revenues that cannot be guaranteed in future years. In my testimony, I focus on these two areas, the sort of the fiscal cliff, and people have talked about it quite a bit, so I'm going to keep my comments to a minimum and then talk about the future of enrollments in DC and what that might mean for the fiscal implications of this particular version, the staff draft of the bill. As covered before, the staff draft has added new language to include in the baseline school budgets all sources of funds, not just local funds or the per pupil funding formula funds, and those that would have to be grown by the budget growth rules that are all in the bill. This year, schools are getting one-time federal and local resources, the federal ESSER funds that expire in 2 years, the mayor's recovery funds that are only one time. Under this bill, these temporary resources would have to be included in the baseline without the guarantee of a recurring revenue in the approved budget and financial plan. This has been covered, as I said, extensively in my testimony. I don't want to belabor the point, but I think one thing that we really need to understand is what is exactly that fiscal cliff? What is the amount? I've heard numbers, I heard 30 million from Councilmember-elect Fruman. When we looked at the budgets, we found $45 million in the mayor's recovery funds. There's 21 million going from SR funding for school stabilization, another 6 million for accelerated learning. So if nothing else changed and we had to find this $70 million, and there was no other money within DCPS's budget, which I understand you're saying there is money, but if there were none, that the per pupil funding formula would have to grow by 7% just to correct for this. It's possible that DCPS can shift funds from other sources to schools to meet the requirements of the bill, but all we're doing is pushing the fiscal cliff to subsequent years. We're not really addressing anything, which I believe is the point the previous person was mentioning as a structural deficits. I will move on to our second issue, which is the enrollment growth or the lack of it thereof. Fiscal stability can get very tricky when you have enrollment declines. In July, we published a study at the DC Policy Center showing that even under the best case scenarios, enrollment in public schools will not grow and they will decline in early grades. And in the worst case scenario, we could lose 6,000 students. So what does this mean? When you have a funding mechanism that's based on the number of students enrolled, but you're basing school budgets on something else. So DCPS, if it loses a student to another DCPS school, one school loses to another, would have to be funding 2 students, even though its funding doesn't increase. If it loses a student to a charter school or a private school or a school outside of DC, it'll have to pay for a student in its budget that's no longer in the school. And there are no resources, like additional resources. And if DCPS is keeping budgets stable in schools where entry-level grades are not growing, now we're paying for students that don't even exist. My testimony goes into great detail on how to think of this, including the limitations on the classroom sizes. I'm happy to answer questions on that, but I'll stop here in the interest of time. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Eric Goulet.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council
Afternoon.
members, and council staff. My name is Eric Goulet, DC resident and candidate for the Ward 3 seat on the DC State Board of Education. I am delighted to join you at today's public hearing to provide testimony on Bill 24-570, the Schools First in Budgeting Amendment Act of 2021. I would like to begin by commending you, Chairman Mendelson, for your commitment to transparency in the DC budget process and for your leadership as council chairman to ensure that our public education system is adequately funded. I want to specifically point out fiscal year 2018 and fiscal year 2020, when you were able to ensure that funding was added at the council level by working with all of your colleagues to add funding to stabilize schools, and in one case to double the increase to the UPSFF. I strongly support the spirit of this legislation in 3 main conceptual areas. First, the goal of the bill of putting schools first ahead of central administration is absolutely the right mindset the district should have for prioritizing education dollars going directly into classroom instruction of our students. Second, the goal of providing principals with as much certainty as possible in future budgets is critically important to allow principals to establish a multi-year vision for their school with creative and unique electives and special courses that can be sustained year to year. Finally, the process of making the budget calculation available 6 weeks before the submission date of the budget highlights your commitment to transparency and trying to give the public as full of a picture as possible for them to digest the budget and understand what is happening at their school level. I would respectfully, though, recommend a different path to achieve your goals for increased budget transparency. First, I recommend that instead of advancing a bill to be codified in the DC code, that your proposed formula be in the upcoming fiscal year 24 budget submission resolution as a funding benchmark that's provided in that. This would provide all of the benefits of transparency that you are seeking and would avoid a potential situation where the formula is too rigid and the executive branch then feels the need to strike or waive certain portions of this through the Budget Support Act. I also do have a substantive recommendation regarding the new amendatory section 108A(b)(4). I think that there could be, I think this is really a good idea to have this in the code. It addresses the fact that if you have a large contract like the teachers union contract, where it's not funded for several years, the district creates basically what would be considered an accrued liability. And then it makes it difficult to fund that contract. However, I would recommend, rather than putting this at the level where the principal would control this, to keep those funds centralized in a workforce investment account, just so that there's not a spending pressure that's created when the contract is ratified. Finally, I believe a better non-statutory means of answering the question of what is the necessary funding level that we need to provide our children with for a high quality education throughout the city can be done through the upcoming adequacy study, which you, Mr. Chairman, funded for fiscal year 23. This exciting in-depth study will provide district leaders with expert guidance on what constitutes sufficient and equitable funding for meeting student learning needs through the district's UPSFF, at-risk, ELL, and special education funding. The adequacy study will be essential for solving challenges such as those we heard today about Hardy Middle School with its increased class sizes, 90-minute length, and slashed music programs, and then a potential similar impact to deal in the future. I want to thank you again, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to testify before the Committee of the Whole today on Bill 24-570, and I am available to answer any questions that you or my colleagues may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Goulet. Jessica Sutter. I'm told that she is not here. Give it a second. Allison Harvey. I'm told she's not here. Sherry Jones. Yep. Sherry Jones.
Yes, I wasn't unmuted. Good afternoon, Chair Mendelson and City Council members. My name is Sherry Jones. I'm a school librarian at Charles Hamilton Houston Elementary School in the historic Deanwood neighborhood in Ward 7. I'm here on behalf of the students that I serve to support Bill 24-443, Students' Right to Read, Amendment Act of 2021. While I know that is not the focus of this meeting, it does impact the bill before us. During the 21-22 budget season, the council took unprecedented steps to ensure that funds were available to have a full-time certified librarian in every school. The leadership shown by the council with this action helped ensure that the loss of literacy instruction during the pandemic was mitigated. DCPS released PARCC scores on September 2nd. As expected, there was a significant drop in both reading and math scores. Students' reading scores dropped 6%, while math scores dropped 12%. While data does not exist to support this fact, it is my heartfelt belief that students being in school buildings with full-time certified librarians help them to rebound from the learning loss that happened across the country because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Some of the critical roles served by your school librarians are information literacy teacher. We teach standard-based lessons in inquiry, research, digital citizenship. We help students evaluate resources and synthesize information. And we help students boost curiosity, critical thinking, and academic outcomes. We're reading advocates. We're innovation leaders. Again, standards-based lessons in technology, creative tools for sharing learning. We lead future-ready initiatives like personalized learning, hour of code, and makerspace activities. And we stay at the forefront of emergent issues in educational technology, such as accessibility, privacy, and digital ethics. We're also equity champions. We promote identity safety and cultural relevance by seeking out books that represent students and families. We share stories that deepen global awareness. We educate about historical injustice and amplify underrepresented voices. And we guide students in considering multiple perspectives. We're resource curators. We're program managers. Not only do we develop collections, we supervise volunteers, we manage our schedules, we oversee budgets, we serve on leadership teams, and we manage library communications and often school communications as well. We're wellness partners. Across the country, states have recognized for their students to be successful, they need to invest in school libraries and librarians. States such as Colorado, Indiana, Nebraska, and New Jersey have demonstrated their commitment to the value of having a school librarian by protecting their positions. Not surprisingly, these states' reading scores have been greatly improved by the presence of a school librarian compared to DC, which does not currently have such a policy. If we are to bridge the literacy divide that currently exists, our students need and deserve to have a full-time librarian in every school. I hope that you will vote for Bill 24-443. Thank you for your time and urgency in addressing this matter.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Jones. Casey Boyd.
Good afternoon. My name is Casey Boyd. I am a middle school librarian at Jefferson Academy in Ward 6. Thank you for the opportunity today to testify on behalf of students and librarians in DCPS. Chairman Mendelson, I would like to say especially, I would like to thank you for championing the importance of students first in the budget. Your commitment to ensuring students that have the resources and support makes a huge difference. And I truly appreciate your comments at the beginning of this hearing. For almost a year, I've testified in front of this body advocating for the passage of B 24-0443, the Students' Right to Read Amendment Act of 2021. And for the past 2 years, I've asked myself, why is it the library position is always left vulnerable in the DCPS central or school budget? I've received a variety of responses that ranged from principal autonomy to LSAT choice, despite many of our students not reading on grade level throughout the district. Now, historically, every 8 to 10 years, school librarians have been faced with elimination from school budgets, which has negatively impacted students' access to a well-stocked library run by a certified librarian. Last year, the council helped support the funding for DCPS library programming and a record number of librarians that were staffed in wards 7 and 8, the first in many years. For some of these schools, they had not experienced experience of working with a full-time librarian in several years. And also last year, DCPS library programs documented a historic 1 million print and digital content item usage by students and teachers during the 2021 and 2022 school year. You'll see that in my my written testimony. This success can be attributed to the direction of our director, Dr. Kevin Washburn, and all of the newly hired and current full-time certified school librarians in every DCPS school. Now, school library was, truly the center of learning where students could read, discover, and of course, identify a location in the school that they could really claim as their home away from home. So my question to the council is this: do we want to see this usage continue where students have the access to ebooks and research materials to help them be successful academically, or do we want our students to receive the social emotional support school libraries can provide to the students who need them most? These are the questions that I pose to the council. Respectfully, a promise from DCPS central office that librarians will remain in the budget is not enough. Ensuring that this position is permanently staffed with a full-time certified librarian in the budget is the answer, and holding DCPS accountable. Council members, I just urge you again to please pass this legislation. It's been almost a year since it's been presented. B 24-0443, the Students' Right to Read Amendment Act of 2021. We're currently on an upward trajectory, and to maintain the success, we need to ensure that school libraries in DCPS will be provided for every single student, regardless of zip code, and run by a full-time certified librarian. So I just ask that you please pass this bill. Thank you for your time today and listening.
Well, thank you, Ms. Boyd. Peter McPherson. Is Peter McPherson here?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me, see me?
I can hear you. I can't see you.
I'm sorry, give me a moment here. How about now?
Yes, I can see you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you. My name is Peter McPherson. I'm a longtime advocate for libraries and librarians in DCPS, and I appreciate the things that you're trying to accomplish in your legislation. I mean, there is a lot to be said for stability and consistency on a year-to-year basis. School communities being able to count on, what they had last year, they'll be able to have next year. regrettably, I would say that your legislation is not going to ensure that all DCPS schools have librarians every year. And that is simply because I think that there's a long time institutional bias at the top of DCPS about librarians and their value in the academic environment, one that frankly is not based on any particular academic pedagogic grounding. I think, frankly, it sort of comes across as, oh, librarians and libraries are so 2,000 years ago, despite 50 plus years of solid academic research that shows their value and the degree to which they promote academic improvement in the school. What I would say is that last year when the council intervened and brought that funding forward, it was great, but that was not something that DCPS was prepared to do on its own. I mean, it literally had to be compelled to do it through the action of the council. Now, I have been advocating on this issue for a decade. I'd like you to think about that every few years, the librarians go under siege again. And the problem with this is, you start losing a lot of staff. And a library in a school represents a fairly substantial investment that needs to be maintained and nurtured. And without those staff members, that doesn't happen, and the resources get frittered away. And, when DCPS is not viewed as a reliable place to work, a place that, that people are valued, that, that they want people to come and work for, that what you have is that when, we're able to claw the librarians back in, it's still met with a lot of skepticism by people who you want to come work for you about, well, is this for real? Is DCPS for real this time? And I can tell you that based on my experience, that DCPS senior leadership has not had a conversion issue on the subject of school librarians. And that I can appreciate if you might have some reticence about creating a protected class, employee class. But I think last year when you and your colleagues introduced that legislation that would mandate a librarian in every school, the majority of the council co-sponsored it, including yourself. And I think you recognized correctly at the time that to ensure the presence of these folks in schools, that you would have to take a legislative approach, require it. And frankly, I would hope that you would not abandon that course, and that you and your colleagues would bring this matter to a vote. And let's make the librarians a permanent feature of DCPS going forward, and not be dependent on, the mercurial attitudes of the senior leadership of DCPS. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. McPherson. And I don't have a copy of your statement.
I'm sorry, I'll be submitting it later today.
Great. And I did get statements from Mr. Joseph and Ms. Savage. Ms. Wattenberg, I had asked if you could provide your statement, and you were muted. I don't know if you heard me. Ms. Wattenberg. Well, we'll hope she heard me. I have a few questions. We have 1 6-minute round. I think I want to begin with Ms. Giles. So you in your statement, you said that when you testified at the last hearing on this bill, one of your recommendations was that we review DCPS's new budget model. And I think it's pretty clear from what happened this spring that the new budget model, when it finally produced the proposed budgets for schools, that we saw that in fact schools were going to have to make cuts. I can't say that the rollout of the new budget model was a home run for the school system. I don't even think it was a base hit. I think it was kind of a flop. I don't know if I want to put you on the spot and ask you if you want to agree or disagree, but maybe I'll keep moving and just see if, if there's anything you want to say on that. I did have this question for you. There were two parts of the bill that you criticized. Line 73 to 76 would allow a school to keep its same level of funding at the expense of schools with increased enrollment. I don't see how that follows.
So I think the bill and those lines has a provision that would allow for the increased funding to stay as long as it's up to a classroom of students or a teacher. So I'm talking about that specific line.
Correct.
As long as there's not a reduction of up to a classroom of students or a teacher.
That's correct, but that doesn't increase the budget. That just means that the budget remains the same.
I'm sorry, say that last part.
That doesn't mean that the budget's increased. It just means the budget's the same.
Well, it's based on the baked in federal funding that would be that's included in the bill right now.
Well, that was your issue number 2. Which would replace federal funding with local funding, would cause a multi-million-dollar funding hole when the federal relief funds are exhausted. So that's a different issue. I get that. So the way that to go back to the first point, so if we say the school can't be cut, that doesn't in turn increase the budget. That just means that the budget remains the same. The bill does have in there a factor that the school's budget will be increased by the greater of the WTU contract increase or the CPI averaged over the last 3 years, or the mayor's increase in the UPSFF.
Right.
So that could create a spending pressure. The UPSFF increase would not, because the mayor would say, I'm going to increase the budget by 3%. Schools would get 3%. But the CPI could mean a budget increase. But this on the individual school level, and that's where your criticism was, would allow a school to keep the same level of funding at the expense of schools with increased enrollment. And I just don't see that.
So the way I see the bill is that it would have whatever the level of funding that it was previously, they'd be able to keep that funding as long as there is not an entire classroom of students leaving the school.
Correct. Roughly, yes, correct.
And so that funding would stay there rather than going to another school where the students are now, or where the students are currently enrolled. Or in another issue where if the students leave the system entirely, the money would still stay at that school. So I just see that as potentially hamstringing DCPS and their budgeting practices, and could cause unintended issues.
Well, for sure, DCPS would
have
say,
flexibility there.
For sure, DCPS would say it hamstrings them. But that's because right now, I think it's pretty clear from the testimony today, and it is from previous hearings, some schools see increases while they're getting enrollment declines. Other schools are seeing decreases while they're getting enrollment growth. It's all over the place. This kind of segues to, I wanted to ask Ms. Taylor. This is kind of more philosophical, but you were critical of the spending pressure that would come from replacing federal funding with local dollars. Let's think of it from the standpoint of a school. So there's a school this year that, let's say, has a $4 million budget, and they have another $200,000 from ESSER funding. Why is that school better off next year if it loses $200,000?
My statement wasn't about whether the school is better off or not. My statement was simply pointing out that $200,000 is not in our approved budget or financial plan. So that has to come from somewhere else. It could come from Central. It could come from other parts of DCPS's budget. And I think the certain point of view is that there's too much money in Central, it could go there. But let's say we've exhausted all the slack. That money still has to come from somewhere else. Will it come from libraries? Will it come from human services? So long as we're basically what this legislation does, it makes our school budgeting a little bit more inefficient because we'll be paying for students that don't exist or have moved on, or we pay for them twice within DCPS. And that has to come from somewhere. I'm not saying this is bad words for school.
Hold on, you're going to get me riled up if you say inefficient. Somewhat inefficient.
Somewhat inefficient.
So I have yet to see a school, including Jackson Reed, which I believe has the highest budget of any school. I've yet to see a school where either the principal or the parents say they have enough money. Now, you could say Jackson Reed, because it's getting the most money of any school, that they're just crying over spilled milk, so to speak. I wouldn't say that. If you look on a per pupil basis, Jackson Reed gets less money than most schools on a per pupil basis. That's because they're so big that they can afford more. But I don't want to digress with Jackson Reed. The point is, I don't know any school that says they have enough funding. Hardy, wasn't there a parent who testified about how they lost a music class and there's some wayward trombone that was left behind? And I don't want to make light of that, but the point of this bill is schools first in budgeting. And how do we ensure stability in schools and that schools are at the least not struggling with cuts? That's what the point of this bill is.
May I offer some thoughts? Yes. Okay, great.
Except I want to say that's not inefficient. What I just said, I don't believe is inefficient.
Okay. So my comments are not about whether schools have enough money or don't have enough money. So we have basically, when you think of DCPS, there are two types of ways we think of funding when it comes to education. One is the per pupil funding formula, which we as the city have adopted as a means of distributing available local dollars to schools based on students. And then the other is how DCPS within the LEA sends money to schools. To the extent that DCPS receives money based on enrollments, the further away school level funding gets away, the further the school level funding gets away from this enrollment count, the harder it will be to reconcile these two different regimes of funding. And that creates the inefficiency. It's not a judgment call on whether the schools have enough money or not. All I'm saying is, to the extent that money follows students from DC government's coffers to LEAs, school level funding within LEAs have to have some relevance to the number of students enrolled. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, that's an interesting point. But I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I remember from the budget hearing, Anacostia and Ballou have similar demographics in terms of at-risk students. And yet, if I remember correctly, the funding for one of them was like $2,000 per student more than the other school. I just told you about Jackson Reed, where the funding per pupil is less. If you look at the model, which is still somewhat mysterious, by which DCPS funds schools, it doesn't correlate to enrollment. They say it does, but it doesn't. It starts with enrollment, maybe, but then it makes an adjustment for this, an adjustment for that, an adjustment for something else, maybe even a fourth adjustment. Then the chancellor puts in some, I forget what it's called, at-risk funds or hold harmless funds. And by the time it's done, it doesn't correlate to per pupil. So yeah, you make an interesting point that what this bill does blatantly says schools will be funded based on a formula different than the LEA. But right now, schools are being funded differently than the LEA.
That's right. And if you push that without changing the way we fund LEAs, you're going to end up in a difficult financial position. Just as you mentioned about how school budgets, and again, my comments are not about whether DCPS's model is the right model, wrong model. That's not what I'm interested in. I'm interested in this big fiscal picture. And this year, when you look at how we fund LEAs, we have moved away from enrollments. We've added ESSER funds, we've added one-time recovery funds. So, but when we go back to per pupil funding only, but if the funding within LEAs is disconnected from students, you're going to have a problem. And then the other problem is if you have a single campus LEA, they won't have the benefit of budget stability because
this doesn't affect any single campus LEAs.
Well, you have to think about fairness, right? I mean, it may not affect a single campus charter school, but their finances will certainly be affected by the loss of ESSER funds or anything else. Anyways, that's all I wanted to point out, to this sort of like this tension between how we fund LEAs and then how we want DCPS to fund its schools.
I'm way over my time. Let me turn to colleagues. Councilmember Robert White. I'm not sure if Councilmember Robert White is still here. Councilmember Henderson.
I'm here, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any questions for this panel, but I do appreciate their comments in the dialogue.
Councilmember Janice Lewis George. Is she still here? I think she might have left. Just a moment. That's going to conclude the testimony of this group. I want to thank each of you. A couple of you owe us copies of your statements, if you would please. It's all very helpful. And I want to thank you again. We're going to take up to a 10-minute break, 4:25, and then we'll start with the executive witnesses. Time is
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. It's 4:14. We're going to recess till 4:25. Why don't we get started? Do we have the Deputy Mayor and the Chancellor here? I see the Deputy Mayor. I see the Chancellor. Good afternoon. All right, we're back in session. It's 4:31. Gentlemen, which one of you wants to go first?
I'm happy to go first.
Did you just volunteer yourself, Deputy Mayor?
I did, yes.
Is that all right, Mr. Chancellor?
That is fine.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you for inviting us to speak today. Good afternoon, members of the committee, the whole staff, and members of the public. My name is Paul Kine, and I'm honored to serve as the Deputy Mayor for Education for the District of Columbia. And thank you again for the opportunity to testify on today's Bill 240570, the Schools First in Budgeting Amendment Act of 2022. My colleagues and I appreciate your commitment to ensuring that all schools have the resources they need and all school communities experience budgeting stability from year to year. The Bowser administration and the District of Columbia Public Schools share these goals and apply them in our approach to school funding. While we share goals around adequate school funding and budget stability, we believe there are significant flaws with the legislative approach in the Schools First in Budgeting Act. This bill would create unsustainable costs for the district and have destabilizing unintended consequences. We strongly oppose the bill as written and urge you to reconsider the approach. The COVID-19 pandemic has left deep wounds across our district, and while the recovery is far from over, we are certainly proud of what we as a government have done with your cooperation, Chairman, to stabilize schools, invest in acceleration strategies, and drive towards greater equity during this challenging period. We are proud of the historic 5.9% increase Mayor Bowser made to the uniform per student funding formula in fiscal 23, well above the investments made by many peer districts, as well as the administration's investments in school support, including a special and sensible pandemic recovery fund for fiscal 23 and fiscal 24 to smooth our transition away from the unprecedented federal funding supplements during the pandemic. As you will hear from the Chancellor, we are particularly proud of the revised DCPS school budget model in place for the first time in school year 22-23 and developed over years with technical expertise from staff and outside partners. Through this model, we are directing more of our funds according to student need and thereby advancing equity. We're enabling greater principal autonomy, and we are stabilizing schools even through declining enrollment. We welcome the opportunity to work with Council to continue to refine and strengthen the DCPS budget model in the coming years. However, we do not think this legislation is the right solution, and we believe it would have significant negative consequences for the district and its residents for the following reasons. First, we believe the bill is not fiscally responsible. The first reason we oppose this legislation is that this bill mandates that DCPS school budgets only increase from the fiscal 23 baseline unless an enrollment decline justifies an FTE reduction, for example, losing a full classroom of students. Otherwise, this bill locks in increasing budgets starting from a record inflated funding level in fiscal year 23 that incorporates one-time federal recovery funding. Federal recovery funds were intended to be short-term, to support residents and government agencies during this unprecedented set of pandemic circumstances. DC received over $250 million in federal American Rescue Plan Act funds and nearly $1 billion in elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds for education. DCPS alone received over $300 million in COVID-19 recovery funds, and that's relative to an annual budget of roughly $1 billion. We as a district government do not have the funding to replace these federal funds with local dollars, and it would not be fiscally prudent to do so for the city's largest local education agency. Even beyond the inclusion of the federal funding, given that the district budget is finite, This legislative approach is just not sustainable. As you know, the uniform per student funding model that we currently use ensures that money follows the student. If some schools gain due to student changing schools, the district does not have to pay twice. Under the proposed legislation, the district would have to pay twice beyond a particular threshold. For example, if 30 students across 2 grade levels leave a DCPS school for others, that first school would not lose any money. In fact, the school budget would have to increase. Yet those 30 students have to be served and paid for in other schools. If each student brings with them approximately $18,000, then that adds $500,000 in the system just for those students' mobility. Multiply that scenario across multiple schools and students year over year, and costs start to balloon. Carved into this approach is a misplaced assumption, disproven by cross-district benchmarking, that DCPS's centralized functions are bloated and funds can be repurposed from central services towards school budget. In practice, over time, this approach will result in deep cuts to central office in services that directly benefit schools, from student support to curriculum and instruction. And at a certain point, further cuts no longer become feasible. When we consider the cross-sector lens, the bill's approach becomes even more untenable. Either we fund mandated increases for DCPS outside of the UPSFF and ignore our charter school students, representing approximately half of our public school student body, or more likely, the increased costs for DCPS are passed on to the charter sector and the fiscal impact doubles. All of this means less money for other critical services for children, families, and other residents, including those within education, such as health, mental health, and after-school programs, as well as citywide priorities such as public safety and violence prevention, affordable housing, transportation, and human services. The true costs of this bill have not been fully acknowledged or quantified. Finally, the bill as written raises legal questions that should be thoroughly explored, including around the impact of this legislation on the executive's budget authority, around the district's anti-deficiency law, which places limitations on expenditures and obligated funding, and around any employment law considerations from including the WTU contract as part of the budget formulation. Secondly, this bill's funding approach is particularly unwise given the uncertainty around the enrollment and economic outlook at this time. For one, researchers predict potential enrollment declines based on declining births and birth rates over the next few years. A context of declining enrollment would exacerbate the sustainability concerns with this bill, which would move us away from funding schools based on the students enrolled in them. Moreover, many economists predict we may be headed for an economic downturn. This is important from a fiscal as well as an equity standpoint. Our values are important when we have resources to spend, but they are truly tested when we need to cut back. This bill would force DCPS to treat our schools equally, not equitably, and would limit our ability to ensure that students with the greatest needs are getting proportionally more, even when we have less money to work with. We strongly recommend waiting until after fiscal 24, when we reach more of a steady state, to explore any significant structural changes on how we fund schools. This would be after federal recovery funds have been used for their intended purposes, when we have a better sense of our enrollment numbers, when the economic forecast is clearer, after we have completed the council legislated adequacy study, and after the DCPS budget model and the new at-risk concentration weight added by council have been in effect for at least a year. This is an uncertain time, and using this moment as a budget baseline would not be smart fiscal policy. We've committed to ongoing recovery funds in fiscal 24, and we're happy to work with council and the education policy experts testifying today to figure out what sustainability looks like in fiscal 25 and beyond. However, we believe that that should be determined as carefully and thoughtfully and with as much planning, modeling, and evidence as possible. Thirdly, this bill, focused solely on the largest of the city's 70 LEAs, would have a number of unintended consequences. Currently, the DCPS and charter sectors, which have roughly equal shares of students, are funded at the LEA level based on enrollment, with LEAs determining how best to allocate funds. If the LEA serving just over half of the public school students no longer has broad discretion over how it allocates funds to schools and which functions are centralized, that creates policy inequities across the system. Moreover, Limiting DCPS's ability to target resources towards supporting schools and students with the greatest needs and towards innovative and evidence-based approaches will decrease its effectiveness as an LEA. In essence, this bill will force DCPS to prioritize stability, no school losing money, over equity and excellence. This is especially problematic at a time when we know our highest need students have experienced the greatest learning losses during COVID. In addition, the bill raises policy and practical considerations, such as how to calculate the legally mandated rate of increase for school budgets, and how to meet timelines in the legislation that are not in sync with the district's budgeting process. Moreover, the bill would effectively require DCPS to create a new budget model, which would have destabilizing effects, especially given that school budget planning for fiscal 24 has already begun and will be well underway by the earliest date this bill could become law. In summary, we strongly oppose this bill because it is fiscally imprudent and unsustainable and would have a number of unintended destabilizing consequences. Furthermore, this bill reaches well beyond council's oversight role into the specific process operations of a district agency and takes away a significant amount of the executive's budget authority, given the large share of funding that goes to schools. The budget process for schools is one that involves technical expertise and time and is complex by necessity to meet the varied needs of our city's schools and students. Rather than legislating a budget approach, we encourage council to maintain its focus on oversight and use its appropriations authority to make decisions that advance its goals. On behalf of the executive, I strongly encourage you to reconsider this legislation. I thank you for your time, and I look forward to taking your questions.
Chancellor.
Good afternoon again, Chairman Mendelson, members of the council and staff. I am Dr. Louis Fairby, Chancellor for DC Public Schools. Thank you for the opportunity today to speak before you on the Schools First and Budgeting Act of 2022. DCPS has spent years developing our updated budget model in consultation with school communities, school finance experts, and the new budget model prioritizes equity, transparency, and sustainability, among other things. This means that schools with greater needs do receive more. This is aligned to our agency values. One example of this is our updated model allocates over $9.7 million in funding via the school's at-risk concentration weight, benefiting the highest need schools in our system. Without these intentional distributive weights, those funds would have been spread among other schools throughout the system, with less funding targeted to those higher need schools. I turn to specific improvements to updated model, which is anchored in 3 guiding principles of equity, transparency, and sustainability. On the principle of equity, DCPS new budget model doubles down on our commitment to equity by creating additional weights for students with higher needs and building in 2 at-risk concentration weights into the student-based budgeting component of the updated budget model. Further, the model delivers each school's share of their uniform per student funding formula of at-risk funds as a flexible grant, improving each school's ability to determine how best utilize those funds to support their students who have at-risk. We're also excited to continue to partner with the council on the at-risk concentration weights that are replicated into the broader UPSFF this school year. We have also achieved greater transparency with the dcps.com website. The dcpsbudget.com website is the main hub of the school budget information. Among the features on this site, users can find school-specific budget profiles which delineate funding streams and amounts and articulate year-over-year shifts. Additionally, for the first time, DCPS posted for the public flexible data files for fiscal year 23 initial allocations and fiscal year 23 submitted budgets. We are excited to make this shift, which aligns with a request from the school budget advocates. I would also like to turn to the principle of sustainability. With sustainability in mind, DCPS has created a budget that strikes an important balance, responding to the school's needs based on their unique population while accounting for year-over-year fluctuations in enrollment across our school's portfolio. Within the model itself, I want to be clear on what this looks like. Schools can continue to be benefited from the stabilization of 95% level of their previous year's submitted local budget, regardless of enrollment shifts year to year, as a baseline requirement and in accordance with existing law. However, the updated budget model also features what we call the safety net calculation, which is designed to ensure that all schools are provided adequate resources to support a minimum set of core operational functions, regardless of what the model would otherwise generate based on the school student's projection. This balanced approach ensures stability while also allowing for funding to follow student need. On top of the model's intrinsic stability features, the mayor committed to holding all schools to their submitted budgets and holding harmless from fiscal year 23, effectively raising stabilization levels from 95% to 100% for this school year. Additionally, the mayor has delivered funding to schools via the Mayor Recovery Fund. This is intended to maximize schools' buying power in the context of raising personnel costs and also helping address additional needs coming out of the pandemic. The Mayor's Recovery Fund will continue as an additional support for schools in fiscal year 24, with final allocations to be determined during the upcoming budget cycle. Chairman, the proposed legislation is very problematic. The proposed legislation as written is problematic for several reasons. The council proposed legislation stops our continued progress as a LAA, as aligned resources to student needs, creates a new baseline for allocations at an extraordinary point in time during the global pandemic. Legislation process rather than outcomes does not allow for judicious stewardship of the city's resources. As far as the proposed bill's text is concerned, there are several areas that are simply unworkable. First, the bill creates a new cap on central administration and school support budget categories. This appears to be an arbitrary cap on services that are centrally budgeted, which establishes thresholds not based on a specific modeling or centralized services that DCPS provides. These services play a critical role in efficiently supporting schools through economies of scale and mitigating agency and city risks through ensuring systemic oversight and compliance. Our central administration supports the administrative, operational, and instructional needs of students, teachers, and schools, from providing food and security services to curriculum development and support. We estimate if the proposed bills were enacted in our fiscal 23 year budget, the budget for central administration would need to be reduced by approximately $20 million. This proposed bill would create a significant decrease. And if not decrease, eliminate a number of services to our schools at a time where we know we're already experiencing significant staffing and resource challenges. And in fact, this cap on central services combined with the cost of central services would need to be bared through provisions requiring school budgets to increase and limiting adjustments based on student surge, which would reduce DCPS effectiveness as a LEA and limit our ability to provide resources, support, and oversight to all of our schools, and restrict our ability to target resources to students who have the greatest need. Additionally, the proposed budget development process includes several components that are not aligned to current practices. First, this bill creates a new misaligned January 1st analysis point in time for school budgets. DCPS begins its budget work well in advance of January, with key planning activities happening in the fall in coordination with the mayor's broader budget formulation process. Further, DCPS' current planning cycle leverages principal submitted budgets from the prior year, which are the budgets incorporated into the mayor's overall budget submission to the DC Council each spring. This is a practice that will reliably provide a firm foundation for which budgets can be built, providing a consistent, verifiable point-in-time reference. Second, this bill describes several potential methods of account for inflationary costs. While DCPS supports this intent, and in fact, our accounts for rising costs is in process of establishing our position costs, which make up the bulk of our budget model, we note that the options proposed are very problematic. For example, the annual CPIU as prescribed by the legislation for the prior calendar year is not available well into the new year, which is misaligned with both the timeline of the city annual budget development process and our shared desire to give school communities enough time to develop their budgets before the mayor proposal submitted as a budget to council. This bill prescribes also the projected percentage increases for the UPSFF foundational level as another inflationary option. But this input is similarly not available at the time required for analysis to present a circular logic concern by integrating a financing tool increase at a potential core assumption of the projected cost it is meant to cover. Finally, this bill appears to give OCFO sole authority to determine average position costs, rather than support the existing planning and data analysis process between OCFO and DCPS that exists today, which should be preserved. In the proposed transparency component, the bill also prohibits DCPS from publishing the budget that does not mirror the city's budget book and would require us referencing to the document as something other than a budget. As we've noted before, there are several reasons that these numbers may appear differently in the two sources based on the formats required for each, and we are committed to ensuring a clear crosswalk with our OCFO partners. However, we also want to ensure that our school leaders and communities can work with their allocations in ways that are practical and easy to understand and are not bound by technical accounting conventions. For example, interagency funds such as Title I sit with the Office of the State Superintendent of Education as a technical accounting convention and are not technically a part of the DCPS budget. Surely, however, we should not deny principals the ability to see their budget that Title I funds would simply be an accounting practice. In closing, we share many of the same values of our school community centered on a common principle like equity, transparency, and sustainability. I agree that our schools need both stability and support, and know that this support comes every day from both our staff in our buildings and the staff in our central services team. DCPS updated budget model works because it embodies the best balance of our guiding principles for all schools. It is a balance that is anchored in national best practice and developed with the input of national subject matter experts. This budget bill would disrupt the progress that we have made, force DCPS to come up with new approaches during a budgeting time period that would incorporate all of the budget requirements in this bill, would create practical challenges based on unworkable provisions and timeline, and could result in deep cuts to central services and support that benefits our schools. And the overall, it would create destabilization at a unique point in time that is a challenging time as we work to recover from the global pandemic. We look forward to continue to work with the communities, the council, and all the DCPS budget stakeholders to continuously improve on our commitment to these principles each successive budget year. We firmly believe that our updated budget model moves DCPS closer to our vision of equity for all and excellence for all. We respectfully ask the council not to pass this bill and instead work with us to build upon the vision together. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Chancellor, and thank you, Deputy Mayor. Let me see. I think I'm going to begin with a few questions that relate to DCPS's budget and the opening of school, if I may. The school year began August 29th. When will the P cards be available to teachers to purchase classroom supplies? Last year, the P cards were not available until December.
Did you conclude your question? I lost you for a second.
I concluded my question.
Yes, so the P cards are distributed each year, and we've completed that process. There was a delay in the distribution last year because of a breach of security that we needed to address. That has been addressed, and cards again are in the hands of teachers.
So your testimony is that all the P cards have been distributed.
Yeah, I want to be clear. You're referring to supply cards for teachers, correct?
Yes.
Yes, they have been delivered on time this school year.
I recently learned from a Jackson Reed parent that new smart boards arrived at the school on August 25th, 2 days before the start of the school year. They have not been installed yet, however, and we understand that they may not be installed until December, over 3 months after the first day of school. When we discuss school readiness, that should be everything. Why are the smart boards not? I assume that this could be true at other schools as well. Why are the smart boards not? Why were they delivered so late and they're not installed?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any delays in smart board installation, so I would need some more details on where that would be occurring.
Well, Jackson Reed.
Yeah.
I know of Jackson Reed because a parent brought that to my attention.
Yeah, I believe a parent referenced devices, not smart boards for Jackson Reed, and there are devices readily available for students at Jackson Reed. I believe the administration has made a decision not to distribute those devices at this time, but they have devices readily available at Jackson Reed. I'm not aware of any smart board delay, but I want to also keep in mind that the smart board refresh is a multi-year process, but those schools that were scheduled for this year were completed in a timely fashion.
All right, I'm quite clear that a parent was quite clear that Jackson Reed got new smart boards 2 days before the start of school and that they will not be installed for a while.
Yeah, again, I'm not aware of any smart boards that have not been installed at Jackson Reed, but happy to look into that further.
I'm also told by parents that many new school teachers have not received their credentials before, had not received their credentials before opening day, thus delaying them from working in the learning management system and setting up their class pages and assignments and so forth. Why weren't all the teachers ready with their credentials before the opening day?
Yeah, so it would depend on when the teacher started in the hiring process and when they would be processed and when they would receive their credentials. So it would depend on each person hiring timeline. We complete that process as quickly as possible to ensure that everyone hired has all the resources and credentials they need to serve in their role.
And how long does it take to get them their credentials?
It depends on where they are in the process, and also depends on their role. But again, that is a relatively quick process for most of our employees to get everything they need to complete their roles.
I understand that Octo is discontinuing its Internet for All program and that DCPS has done little to promote the federal affordable connectivity program. I'll restate that. Promote the federal affordable connectivity program. How is DCPS ensuring digital access? Advocates tell me that less than 60% of eligible households have enrolled in the federal program. How is DCPS ensuring digital access?
Yeah, so DCPS has promoted that opportunity with families and ensure that they were aware that that opportunity exists. In addition to that, we have provided devices to students on campus, and we've also provided the opportunity for students to take devices home, and we've also provided access to Wi-Fi hotspots if students were experiencing a lack of internet in the home or places where they needed to work. And if student needed devices over the summer, we also provided DCPS student devices for summer youth employment or summer learning activities.
How is that those efforts reflected in a 60% eligibility? 60% of the eligible households have enrolled.
Yeah, so it's obviously, that's a decision that the family would have to make. Again, we promote it and we make sure that families know that that's available. In addition to that, DCPS is important to know has applied for and received a federal funding connectivity grant, which will also allow us to broaden connectivity for families. So it continues to be a priority. However, there are specific measures in which a family would need to take advantage of that opportunity.
Affordable connectivity program, I assume, is very low income or free to qualifying families?
That is correct.
So If I'm offered something that's free, why would I not sign up for it?
Well, it may not be free for everyone, but I can't speak to why that may not be an opportunity that families may want to take advantage of.
Well, I'll repeat, 60% of eligible households have enrolled. Now, that may have been a week ago, 2 weeks ago.
It is very likely that there may be other solutions in the household for the families for internet. And again, we've also provided families with solutions as well.
WTU testified today that something like 50 teachers were unpaid as of last week. Why?
Yeah, so we don't have a number of 50 teachers. We had a number that's much less. There were some data transfer issues that we had to resolve to ensure that people were paid. We're tracking all of those issues, and we have resolved the vast majority of those. And if anyone has not had the situation resolved, we ensure that that is being addressed in an urgent manner. And we also are providing back pay to any individual that may have missed any pay.
So how many teachers have not been paid?
My last tracking of it, we had about 30 teachers that may have had some type of pay challenge due to, again, data transfers, and the vast majority of those had already been addressed. But it is something that we'll continue to monitor because we want to ensure that all of our teachers are paid.
I have to say, I think it's horrible if there's a payroll that some folks are not getting paid. And my understanding is that we're how many weeks into the new school year, and some teachers haven't been paid.
Yeah, so I want to be clear again that the majority of those issues have been addressed as they were brought to our attention. So this is not a lingering challenge.
For this school year, the council established a new at-risk weight for funding schools. Schools with 40% or more of their student body considered at risk will get additional funds, and schools with 70% or more will get even more funds. Even though fiscal year 2023 funds were advanced to August 2022 for the opening of school, and other monies from fiscal year 2022 were held over from last school year and made available for the opening of school, the schools qualifying for the new at-risk funding were told they would have to wait until October. What is the rationale for giving schools some of their money, but not all of it? How are they to make hiring decisions for a school year if they have to wait 2 months?
Yeah, so again, we moved on that as soon as council made that additional funding available to schools. Principals have completed their reprogramming. All of the requests were to be in by September 9th, and we are executing to ensure that schools have access to all of their funding. The reprogramming process is a part of the budgeting process for schools each year.
These additional dollars require a reprogramming by the school. So if I hand the principal of Jackson Reed, who I'm pretty sure doesn't qualify, but if I hand the principal of Jackson Reed a $20,000 check, he or she can't do anything until they reprogram?
Yeah, so some of the funding that came as a result of the council action came after many of the budgeting processes were complete for schools. And so those resources were not attached to specific funding streams. And so as a part of our reprogramming process, principals made determinations of how they wanted to spend that additional funding.
I'm kind of stuck on this. So FY23 funds were advanced to the opening of school in 22. Other monies from fiscal year 22 were held over, but the schools qualifying for the new at-risk will have to wait until October. I'm just having a problem with understanding that.
Yes, so it was not a part of their initial budgeting. So once they determined what they were going to spend those funds on, then there was a reprogramming process to ensure that those dollars were attached to the resources purchased. Because this was a change after the process, this should be a one-time issue going forward. schools will see those dollars reflected in their budgets and can make those decisions within the timeline given. But the council, when they provided those fundings, did not give a program level of specific resources. So this again was a point in time issue where we had to load those dollars to appropriate codes to ensure that the principals could spend those dollars accordingly. Again, this would likely be a one-time issue unless those weights were to change after principals complete their budgeting process.
I believe the council adopted the legislation. Well, the first reading was May 10th, the second reading was May 24th.
Yeah, and principals submit their budgets way in advance of that May time period that you're referencing.
However, I believe we were told at the budget hearing that the budget hearing on your budget, that there were still going to be some changes to school budgets based on the chancellor's discretionary funds.
That's correct. So we do have the ability to add additional resources to school budget if there is an enrollment shift or additional needs that arise. Again, and we place those resources on school budgets, and they would have to follow a similar process as I just described for the additional at-risk dollars that were also allocated to schools.
So even though you might have added money to a particular school, as you just described, that money still would not be available until October.
It would depend on the types of resources that the school wanted to purchase, what they were spending that on, whether that would be personnel or non-personnel. So it just really depends on what they're allocating those resources to. Again, the at-risk dollars were extremely flexible. And so in many cases that would require some level of reprogramming.
I'm out of time. There'll be another round or two or three. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Chancellor Farabee, Deputy Mayor. Apologies to those who are listening, but pickup doesn't wait for hearings, and hey, we got to do it. So I have some questions. Apologies again if you can't hear me, but I am walking to go pick up my kid. Okay, Chancellor Farabee, this bill separates the DCPS budget into 4 buckets: central administration, local schools, school support, and school-wide. Under the definition given for those buckets, because I think you all have a copy of the draft bill, what part of the budget would principals control?
Again, let me make sure I'm tracking the categories that you're referencing.
Yeah, so basically the bill outlines 4 different categories that says, you know, school-wide, school support, local schools, etc. I guess I'm trying to understand more clearly what part of the budget does a principal actually have, let's say 90 to 100% autonomy in terms of how the money is spent.
Got it. So for a school budget, they have autonomy over the majority of resources unless the budget is essentially controlled and managed. So for example, they have flexibility of all of their at-risk dollars, all their local school dollars. Principals have autonomy over all those budgets. And so again, with the average, and again, I want to emphasize the at-risk because it was an important piece of our updated model that I think reflects our commitment to equity, is that we follow the legislation in council that 90% of those dollars went directly to schools, and schools have total flexibility and autonomy over those dollars.
Okay, so wait, what's your definition of total flexibility and autonomy? Because I thought that you all provide a menu of things and schools can select off that menu.
Yeah, so the menu would be more so around things like scheduling, for example. So I know scheduling was brought up today at Hardy. There are specific scheduling parameters that we provide to ensure that there's equity in our system, to ensure that students get access to the appropriate courses, the appropriate time in courses. And so one of the options is a block scheduling that was mentioned today, but we do not provide a menu for at-risk funding. And principals currently have a budget that's based on average position costs, which we determine centrally. Otherwise, principals make decisions on their budgets accordingly.
Deputy Mayor Kine, someone brought up earlier today a concern around timeline when it comes to budget development. Sorry, y'all, this is real life. The bill ties the school year budget to the school's budget as of January 1, the draft bill that we are considering today. For clarity, which revenue estimate does DCPS and the executive use when developing school budgets? Are you using one that comes later in February? Are you using one from the end of the year? Which estimate do you all use?
Well, we actually use a couple over the course of the budget process, council member. I think it's a very important question. So when we do the initial budget development, we use the latest available revenue forecast. I can't remember if that's the December or the early January one at this point, but I can certainly find that out. And then I believe there's one more that comes before we actually do the final submission of the mayor's budget to council. So at that point, we use the latest to make any adjustments that are required because of that revenue forecast.
Okay, so is it part of your, I guess, testimony that if we were to just limit, I guess, all the consideration to January, we would be missing out on that potential February adjustment that could happen?
Yeah, I'll have to look at the exact timing on this and when we expect to get the revenue forecast this year. But if I recall correctly from prior budget cycles, what we would be missing out would be the most updated revenue forecasts.
Okay, sorry about that. I am trying to go back to my questions. Okay. I don't know. I guess this is a more question for Chancellor Farabee, but is it your understanding that this bill would allow for decreases to a school budget only after it has been increased to account for everything else? So does that,
I think it's a great question. It in the bill as proposed, there are very few instances in which a school budget would decrease. And it's based primarily, I believe, based on our analysis on class caps for classrooms. And if there's a significant number of students that would not be in a classroom, I don't know how that analysis would occur throughout the year. If that's a point in time or throughout the year, because the number of students in the classroom do change from time to time throughout the school year. And as some of the witnesses referenced earlier today, if you have 100 student change in a building, it could be concentrated at one grade level, it could be concentrated in one classroom, or it could be spread throughout the student population, which could play out differently in terms of whether or not there's a teacher loss or a change in the FTE or not. But as we understand the model as presented, it primarily is rooted in a point in time, which we think is flawed because we know that there are additional funding that was intended to be one-time funding baked into schools' budgets. And this point in time, there would be only an escalator up for most schools in years to come.
okay. And so similarly on that vein, one of the things that I had a concern about was around when a school's demographic shifts. I'm trying to use my words appropriately here, but we've had this happen in a couple of schools where your neighborhood has changed. You now don't have the same number of at-risk students that you once had, or you don't have the same number of Title I students that you once had. What has been DCPS's posture in sort of when those situations happen, right? When a school loses Title I funding, which is federal funding that we don't control, or that we don't control in terms of the whether or not you receive it, right? Because it's done in terms of a formula. Has it been the practice of DCPS to backfill that money with local dollars?
It has not been our practice. However, our stabilization policy does support schools, so we follow that policy of the 95% and most recently the 100%. But we're also very careful. There are Title I supplant regulations that we must follow. So we're very careful in terms of the supplant and support for schools. But one of the points that I want to be really clear about and emphasize is that our updated budget model is very clear that dollars follow the need. And so as you speak to demographic changes, I think it's important for us to continue to play out our current model, because if students who receive additional funding because need shift from one school to another, those dollars would follow the student. And in the proposed bill, if those students leave that school would still have the right to that funding, on top of us trying to fund the students that may have additional needs that are going to other schools in the system. And so we believe the most equitable way to distribute funding is to ensure that dollars follow the student, and we continue to allocate additional dollars for those students who need the most.
Okay. I think part of how we got here in terms of this bill, but also just in general, is that, and this is something that I think is maybe a frequent criticism of mine, not just in terms of the education cluster, but across the government, is that everybody has a different level of what is the definition of transparency, right? So you all rolled out a new budget model. People had been asking questions about it for months. There's kind of cagey silence. And then all of a sudden we see a presentation that says, here's what the new budget model is, and then here's what the proposed budgets are, right? It all comes at the same time, and not really allowing, I know you all said, oh, we worked with stakeholders, et cetera, but frankly, I haven't heard in any of these hearings, any of those stakeholders come forward to say, yes, I was consulted. Yes, I was able to provide feedback. And so I hear you when you're saying, like, give our model an opportunity to work, especially when we're in this like period of transition coming up with the federal funding, et cetera. But I don't feel like you all have given us enough information to be able to, quote unquote, trust the process. But
yeah, I think we had several engagement sessions with the community up until the release of the budget model. I think what people wanted that we didn't provide is they wanted simulations that we didn't think would be helpful. But we had several town halls describing the weights that we applied and the principles around equity, transparency, and sustainability. We have heard from our principals, and it's important to note that we have a principal budget advisory group and a budget policy group as well. I believe you heard from one or two of those members today that spoke to some of the details of our model. But we certainly heard from schools. We heard from schools like Columbia Heights Education Campus, who were pleased that they were able to see significant increases in their budget because they have a population that has higher needs. You heard from Laura Fuchs today at Woodson, where they also saw additional dollars. And we can point to many examples where school communities did benefit, especially those communities that had additional needs, receive additional fundings for those needs. And we also did a comprehensive survey to the community as well. But we're not done. We understand that we need to continue to refine. As I said in my testimony, we're in an effort of continuous improvement, and we will continue to enhance the model in the years to come, but we want something that's sustainable. And I don't believe the chairman's bill is one that is sustainable.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'm out of time.
There'll be another round.
Okay, thank you.
My understanding, Chancellor, this is more of a comment than a question, is that with the funding model that you employed this year, that generally speaking, the high schools came out much better. The other schools, many of them came out worse. Mary Levy testified that something like 46 schools saw cuts in their budget. We've heard testimony today regarding Hardy that has seen a reduction because they've had to cut people. School Without Walls is nervous that next year they will have to cut staff because the money that they got this year to fill a budget gap was one-time money. Just remembering back to the budget that there were a number of schools, but they weren't the high schools that saw cuts.
We have many of our elementary schools that have high concentrations of students that are identified as at risk and have additional need. And happy to give you a list of those schools, and we could rattle off some names, but I think more importantly, it's important to call out that Mary Levy's analysis includes ESSER funding, many of which was intended to be one-time funding for recovery. And so I don't believe that is a true analysis in terms of a year-over-year data point in terms of what resources the schools may have had when they had ESSER funding in their budget.
Chancellor, I'm still mystified why it is okay. It's simply okay that a school going from one year to the next year has to cut staff.
Well,
out that simply. Why is that okay?
Yeah, so needs change, Chairman. I think and someone did a great job of highlighting this when they were talking about special education services. So special education in our services in our district are driven by students' IEP.
I don't think you should go there because special education is not where we're hearing the complaint. Hardy is not laying off 3 special education teachers.
Right, but they did have changes in their special education program, which I think is a great example. But I think, I highlight special education. I can point to English language learner services. I can point to changes in demographics. I can point to changes in grade configurations. There's many reasons why schools needs change year over year. And
okay,
we
but
should adjust
this bill
accordingly.
treats, no, I don't go there with the special education. This bill treats special education separately. It's quite clear. It's general education that this bill addresses, and the special education is pretty much left alone. That's in the bill, if we want to talk about the bill. If you don't want to talk about the bill, my recollection is that you said to me with a straight face that Drew Elementary School didn't see a cut. And then in your letter explained how they had to let go 2, 3, 4, 5 people. I don't believe that Hardee's was cutting special education teachers. They seem to be cutting other teachers, other faculty. Ketchum Elementary, I remember writing you about that. I don't believe that was special education. I don't understand why it's okay for schools to be losing staff.
Well, again, I'm answering your question, and you asked why is it okay, and I'm giving you scenarios in which
all right, maybe I should say general education.
Okay, so in general education, there are scenarios in which principals make different decisions year over year about what is needed for their student population. Sometimes there's an effort to reduce class size at a particular grade level because they know that there are needs there. There are positions that were funded through ESSER that was one time for recovery efforts that need to be redistributed or reallocated at a school level. So there again, there's a number of reasons why a school's plans for staffing would change year over year. And I think this idea that a school's staffing structure should be consistent in perpetuity, regardless of student need, is something that is flawed in this sense, especially in this time where we know we need to accelerate learning. I believe this is a time where we need greater flexibility and schools need greater autonomy to be able to leverage their resources based on their needs. And there's going to be shifts. There are going to be changes in personnel. And there should be, because in many cases, it is aligned to what the needs are in that particular school.
So this endless stream of parents that we hear at the council with a long list of schools, they're just wrong.
Yeah, so Chairman, there are different reasons why there are changes, but I could bring you a long list of schools, and I referenced some earlier. I'm happy to give you more that saw dramatic increases in their school budgets.
How long
they saw those increases.
Long list. Is it like 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 schools?
Much longer than
60 schools. And I'm not being light here. Mary Levy testified 46 schools saw cuts. And I shouldn't keep putting on her because I think the committee verified that. 46 schools saw cuts. If you factored in inflation, the cost of additional costs, it was more like 60, 65 schools. So what's left out of 116 schools, we'll just go with the 46 number. What's left out of 116 schools is 60 schools. That's a long list.
Yeah,
46 is a long list too.
But Mary Levy's analysis includes ESSER funded positions, which were not intended to be long-term solutions. They were intended to be one-time funding. Now, again, I could give you an example. Houston Elementary School has a high at-risk population. Their budget increased year over year over 500,000. Garfield Elementary, their budget increased over $400,000. Kramer Middle School, their budget increased over 300,000. Elliott High Middle School, their budget increased over $500,000. There are schools throughout our district that saw dramatic increases in their resources. And in fact, as I stated in my testimony, over $9 million were allocated through the at-risk concentration weights in the at-risk funding that we've allocated to schools, which means we have more money following need in our district, which is where we should be.
I will stipulate that 60 schools saw more money. And that's a long list. That leaves 46 schools that saw less money. And that's a long list too. So let me ask you about Drew. Drew is an elementary school in the Deanwood neighborhood. 78% of its students are considered at risk, which roughly correlates to students living in poverty. 5 to 7% tested at level 4 or 5 on the most recent PARCC assessment. I should say tested as proficient in the most recent PARCC assessment. 5 to 7%. 5 to 7% tested as proficient. In August, I criticized DCPS for cutting Drew's budget. You objected, saying the budget had not been cut. Yet you did not disagree, the letter you sent me, that the school had to lay off faculty because this coming year it won't have the budget to pay them. 2 questions. 1, how can you say Drew's budget was not cut if it can no longer pay for several teachers? Why are we having this semantic tussle? How can you say Drew's budget was not cut if it can no longer pay for several teachers? 2nd question, regardless, why is it a good thing for an elementary school with 78% of its students at risk to be laying off teachers?
So again, and we provided a very detailed response on Drew. In fact, their submitted budget was approximately $4.2 million, which was an increase close to $80,000. And there were also increases in their budget that resulted in about $125,000 more than what was submitted in 22. Now, there was some hold harmless funding that was also applied, but they also had the benefit of some one-time ESSER funding, which again, I referenced earlier, would have an impact if you're doing a year-over-year analysis when those funds were intended to be one time. In addition, there were some changes in special education at Drew Elementary as well, which is why I referenced special education earlier, because again, the services are driven by the individualized educational plans for students, and they're also driven by where students live in proximity to schools. And so we're always going to have those shifts in our special education services, which will impact staffing for schools. And I know that you said your legislation addresses that, but it is a fact that that does impact staffing and funding at schools.
Well, you keep going back to special education. And reading from your letter, you said Drew has a net change of 0 special education positions from FY 22 to 23. So let's just take special education off the table again. But my question to you was, how can you say Drew's budget was not cut if it can no longer pay for, I think it's 5 teachers?
Again, there were some shifts there because again, they had an increase in their budget. Again, I would point back to the
Are you just,
one-time funding.
are you refusing, you're refusing to deal with the semantics here?
Yeah. So what I'll say to you,
So I'll
Chairman,
just walk away from this, that
is the fact of the matter is the
and
budget was
chancellor
not
won't-
reduced.
The school loses, I think it's 5 positions, and the chancellor won't admit that it's because they lost funding for personnel. That's my takeaway. Regardless, why is it a good thing for an elementary school with 78% of its students at risk to be laying off teachers?
Again, their budget was not reduced at Drew. And
No, I
Drew,
didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you that. Why is it a good thing for an elementary school with 78% at-risk students to be laying off teachers?
there could be changes in their structure of how they support students. It doesn't mean that the same staffing structure they had the year before will be the same staffing structure they have going forward. I can assure you that Drew benefits, just like all the other elementary schools in DCPS, from all the weights that support students who need more resources.
I don't think you're answering me, because I don't think there is an answer of how any elementary school benefits if it has to lay off teachers. Your mission is to ensure that every school, that would include Drew, guarantees that each student reaches their full potential through rigorous and joyful learning. I don't see how that's going to happen. 78% of kids are at risk. Actually, that's not the number I wanted to quote. 4 to 5%, 5 to 7% were proficient. 5 to 7% are proficient. Is DCPS guaranteeing that the other 93% are achieving their full potential? This is I'm just putting this out to you theoretically, because that is our mission here, the district government, your DCPS chancellor, that every student gets a good quality education. And I don't see that happening at Drew if 93% of the students are not testing proficient. I don't see that, but I see Drew losing 5 people. And I hate to pick on Drew, because I could pick on 40 other schools. Actually, I think 45 other schools. Or Hardy. So just help me here understand how this is stable, how this is furthering the mission, not furthering, accomplishing the mission. Just help me with that.
Yeah, I think what you're implying, where we fundamentally disagree, Chairman, is that in order to support students to provide an enriching and joyful learning experience, that a school must have the same staffing structure that it had the year before to accomplish that. And what I'm simply saying that is different from your viewpoint is that the structure in which you staff a school can change and should change based on the needs of your students in the building. And that is, in fact, a better approach to ensure that students are getting what they need and excelling. A good example of that is Drew, is that they added a 3rd grade teacher and they reduced a 5th grade teacher based on what the administration deemed was appropriate. Again, sometimes that happens because of class size. They know something about a particular cohort of students from the year before, and they know what their needs are. And that shift happens in schools year over year, and it should. I don't believe that our approach to serving students well is going to hinge on ensuring that the same people sit in the same seats year after year. We have to be nimble, we have to be agile, and we have to be responsive to the needs of the students in our school. And that doesn't mean that the school's staffing structure is going to look the same year over year.
When were the ESSER funds loaded into individual schools' budgets?
What fiscal year are you referencing?
For the current school year.
So the schools that have additional ESSER funding for their high intensive tutoring or acceleration, those dollars should be in their accounts.
My question was, when were the ESSER funds loaded into individual schools' budgets?
They should be in their accounts, but everything that they have for fiscal year 23 will be available in October when the new fiscal year starts, especially if there's any reprogramming.
So your answer is October?
Especially, again, if there was reprogramming. Of course, anything that was associated with their submitted budget starts when the school year starts, but there are changes that occur between when the budget is submitted and approved and when it's starting the school year. And so we do have to align with the fiscal year, which starts in October.
The submitted budget was what was included in the submission to the council back in March.
Yeah, so as a part of
That
what—
was yes, you said yes?
Yeah, so the submitted budget is what schools submit when they finish the process with their local schools advisory, which is incorporated into what the mayor submits as part of her overall budget formulation process.
There were no ESSER dollars reflected in schools' budgets. So my question was, when were ESSER funds loaded into individual schools' budgets? And your answer is this coming October.
So ESSER came after, which is in alignment with how we've done it in the past.
Are you unable to answer my question?
I'm not sure what your question is that I'm not answering. So maybe—
When were ESSER funds loaded into individual schools' budgets? And I understand your answer to be this October. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I don't have a specific date when it was loaded to share with you today. If that's what you're asking, I can consult with our budget team and get you.
I don't think this question is hard to understand. I'll just repeat it again. When were the ESSER funds loaded into individual schools' budgets? I understand from what you've just said that it will be this October. Is that correct?
Yeah, so they will have those funds by October in the new fiscal year. And they were not included in the submitted budget that was loaded for fiscal year 23, but the exact date in which they're loaded, I don't have that for you today. I can follow up on that.
When are the Title I funds loaded into the school's budgets?
So the Title I funding is included in their initial budgets that are submitted, and schools have access to the Title I funding unless there is some form of, again, of reprogramming that would impact changes that would occur. And again, we give schools that flexibility.
So the Title I funds are loaded before the start of the school year.
That is correct. I will confirm that with our budget team.
Okay, so what I've gleaned so far is that for a school principal who's trying to figure out his or her budget for the school year, they know I'm hesitating here because I don't want to say submitted budget. They know the budget for the school that was adopted by the council. They know the Title I funds that they're going to get, but they don't know the additional at-risk money that we appropriated, and they don't know the additional ESSER funds that they're going to get as of the start of the school year.
So every school knows their allocation. So they know both of these things that you're referencing. They know all of their funds. I think your question was, when were items loaded? So it's important to note that Title I funds are loaded through IC's budget, and we distribute those funds to schools accordingly. And if there's any additional ESSER funding that schools should receive, they also know those funds as well. I think your question was timing about when are those dollars actually loaded. And I think the line of question that you're providing also just give me another opportunity to reiterate that one of the reasons that we updated our budget website, the dcpsbudget.com website that I referenced, is we show these evolution over time so everyone can follow the budget for a school, which includes their Title I, their ESSER allocation, even funding that may show in IC's budget books. So this gives us an opportunity to provide a great amount of transparency as well.
Well, I think I'm asking the question about the ESSER funds because when I talk to our budget office, they're unable to identify the ESSER funds per school. What you're telling me is that the principal knows, but the rest of those who work with the financial system don't.
Yeah, so it may be
yes,
that
correct?
they may be looking at materials that is not in the budget book. And so, for example, ESSER funds sit on IC's budget book, and it is
unallocated by school.
Excuse me?
Unallocated by school.
Yeah, but a school in DCPS knows their share of the Title I funding, and that information is also represented in the budget site that I referenced earlier, publicly.
Sure,
and
but not the
transparent.
ESSER money.
So ESSER and IC both are reflected in the budget.com website that I referenced. Schools know both of those allocations.
Give me just a moment. I wanted to pull out your letter to me regarding Ketchum, which was undated, which is a little frustrating. And I asked you about the why the budget book was different than the dcpsbudget.com that you just referred to. And you went through an itemization of the difference. I don't see ESSER on this letter. So you just said one can go to dcpsbudget.com, but I don't see ESSER there. You just said that you just testified that principals know their ESSER funding because everybody can see it because it's on dcpsbudget.com.
That is correct. So ESSER funding is a part of the budget narrative that we provide for every school. And we do that is because they are not a part of the budget formulation as those dollars sit with OSSI, and ESSER funding is an interagency transfer, as I mentioned.
Okay, so how come the council, which is the appropriator, is not included in everyone knows what the, what did you just refer to it again? The budget letter?
Yeah, so there's a budget narrative document for every school.
How come the council doesn't see that? How come the public doesn't see that? How come you say there's transparency?
Yeah, so again, all that information is shared publicly. That is the purpose of sharing it on that site. So
where, Chancellor?
It is on our website. It's the website that I referenced earlier, the
dcpsbudget.com?
That is correct.
Okay, why do I feel like this is circular? So I just told you, I'm looking at the letter you sent me regarding Ketchum. And I asked you why the difference between dcpsbudget.com and other budget accountings, other budgets. And in the letter, your response to me, you explain the difference. You account for the difference. And it says nothing about ESSER. So in your letter to me, you don't say ESSER is included on dcps.com. And in this testimony, you're saying it is included in dcpsbudget.com. Can't be both.
Yeah, I'm not looking at the letter that you referenced, so I can't speak to that. But what I can speak to is what I shared earlier. That information is shared transparently on our website, on the dcpsbudget.com website.
Well, let me just be clear for the record. I don't expect you to agree with this, that I think that this dialogue that we're having right now is exhibit A for why DCPS budgeting is opaque and confusing and not transparent. I would add as well that it contributes to budget instability for schools. So let me go on.
Yeah, I think just put a final point on that. I think trying to create a model that, as you propose, around the budget book doesn't enhance transparency. And I think we would be leaning towards accounting functions rather than what's actually happening with a school's budget. And so what you will see on the dcps.com website is what actually happens with a DCPS school budget that outlines all the streams of funding that a school would receive and provides transparently a detailed accounting of all those streams.
Including ESSER money.
Including
several $100 million in ESSER money.
That is correct, including ESSER.
This year, Hardy Middle School's budget saw a reduction of $360,000, which forced the school to eliminate FTEs, make programming cuts, and reduce signature programming at the school. Why is Hardy losing money this year despite projected enrollment growth?
Again, Hardy is another situation. I know, you did not want to talk about special education services, but Hardy is another scenario where there were changes in special education services. But it's also important to note that Hardy's budget increased by $345,000 from fiscal year 22 to 23 in their submitted budget. Again, that doesn't include ESSER funding, but they did realize the increase of the amount that I just shared year over year, excluding ESSER funding, which was intended to be one time.
Well, let's talk about special education here, since you said it's the reason. I didn't want to talk about it in terms of Drew, and I pulled out your own letter in which you said the net change with special education was 0. While you were saying that a reduction in special education was the reason why they lost money, but your letter said it's 0. But here, I don't have a letter from you. I don't have anything from, I haven't, all I have is what you just said. So let's explore special education. As I understand it, DCPS is quite strict with regard to special education money being used for special education purposes. So I'm a principal of a school and I have 10 special ed students having certain needs. And you will provide funding to my school to meet the needs of those 10 students, correct? And I can't use that money for anything else. When I lose those 10 students, I lose that money. So if I can't use that money for anything else, I get special ed. I get ELL teachers, or I get special ed counselors, I get whatever it is. When I lose those students, I lose that money. And in fact, if I have few enough students, if I remember correctly, you use what are called itinerant teachers. They're paid out of school-wide. Am I getting this? Do I understand correctly?
I'm not sure that I'm tracking the scenario that you're highlighting. What I'll speak to at Hardy is that they did receive an additional self-contained classroom for programming, and we did provide additional support and staffing accordingly. Also, as a part of the budgeting cycle for fiscal year 23, we apply what we call the special education hold harmless, which was about $2.9 million spread across 20 schools where we provided additional support where we were implementing new special education classrooms. So this would be one of those scenarios in which we were adding a new classroom. But I think the details on Hardy are unique because, again, as I shared earlier, they did see an increase year over year, excluding ESSER funding. And it's important to point out the ESSER funding because that is one-time funding that they did purchase positions with. Hardy is one of our schools that purchased positions to support tutoring, and partnerships as well. And so some of the shifts at Hardy could be related to some of the shifts that occurred with the one-time ESSER funding that the school received. And if I remember correctly, I think they purchased 2 additional positions with ESSER funding.
So your answer now is that it was ESSER money.
Well, I think I'm sharing the complexities of the school's budget, and there could be a multitude of factors that would impact changes year over year, in addition to the fact that their school administration in partnership with the local school advisory teams also make changes in staffing structures based on student needs as well.
So are you blaming the LSAT?
Well, I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just sharing why there are changes.
Okay, well, I
so
find
I
it hard
think
to believe
so.
that
So, and the reason why I raised that, if you go back, if you look at Hardy's budget, and we're happy to follow with some details, but they had a net increase of positions of 4.5. And so there could be changes in how the administration allocated positions, which means you may have less of one position and more of another position. And so I think, again, year over year, school staffing structures will change based on the needs of that student population.
I'm struggling here because there were a bunch of parents who testified, and they testified that you cut their budget, not their principal and not their LSAT. And you said it was because of special education. And I said, I understood that DCPS is pretty strict with special education dollars. And you pivoted to ESSER.
Well, I'm explaining to you there are a number of factors that could change the school budget, but I don't.
I'm not interested in I'm not interested in a school's budget. I'm interested in Hardy's budget. My question to you was, this year, Hardy Middle School's budget saw a reduction of $360,000. I'll repeat, a reduction of $360,000, which forced the school to eliminate FTEs, make programmatic cuts. Why is Hardy losing money this year despite a projected enrollment growth? And I feel like we've kind of marched quite a dance here.
Yeah, I think what I'm sharing is
the LSAT, that it's the principal, that it's special education. You seem to be making some progress when you went to ESSER.
Yeah, so what I'm sharing that there's a number of, you asked what happened, and I'm sharing that there's a number of factors that could change their budget.
Not what could have, what did?
Well, so we would need to unpack that with the school community, because I am seeing a net increase in their FTEs, and they're saying that they had cuts to position. So we need to understand further what positions that they're referencing, because there could have been changes where, again, there was a reduction in a category or type of position or grade level or content area, and there were additions in another area. So, I think we just need to better understand from the school community when they're referencing cuts or reductions, what exactly they're referencing for me to provide a detailed response.
I think my head could explode trying to figure this out. So I'm looking at the budget book. According to the budget book, the school had $6,599,000 in 2020, $6,539,000 in FY21. That's a reduction of $60,000. $6,429,000 this past school year. That's an increase, not of 300 something that you said, but of 90,000. Different number than you said. And then for this school year we're in now, $6,579,000, which is $150,000 more. But they're saying they were cut $360,000. Do I have a right to be confused?
Well, I think what you're referencing is in the budget book, which doesn't include all the sources.
Okay, so the budget book is not accurate or reliable, or doesn't tell the story. Let's put it
Well,
that way. The
yeah,
budget book doesn't tell the story.
yeah. Well, I think the budget book is great information, but it does not provide all the budget sources because, again, they're interagency
Well,
transfers.
but it doesn't
that
provide
occur.
all the, ESSER and ESSER is inter-district?
Yes, because ESSER funding in Title I.
Just tell me, should I take the budget book and just throw it in the trash can? Because this doesn't give me the right answer.
I know you enjoy the budget book as a resource, but I would encourage you to go to the dcpsbudget.com site, which is extremely transparent and reflects all the budget sources that flow to schools.
Makes me wonder why we have a budget book. What is the base amount that DCPS uses per student to calculate their new budget model?
So you're asking what is the base weight for the updated budget model that goes to every student?
Yes.
So that number is about $5,900. That's the base weight for fiscal year 23. And then we stack additional weights on top of that based on student need.
Okay, so if Anacostia High School has funding on a per pupil average of $24,000, then the base weight is roughly 25% of the final funding.
Could be, yes, because Anacostia would be one of our high schools, for example, that benefits from our concentration weight. And so at the high school level, if the student population is over 70% of students identified as at risk, there's additional weights there. There's also other weighted funding for student needs. So it is possible, but we also provide a safety net analysis at all of our schools, as I mentioned earlier, which benefits some of our schools that have a smaller student population. So it could be a scenario in which we apply our safety net and we check for the appropriate number of educators, support staff, and administrators, and they also could see an increase from the safety net as well. But on top of the base weight, it's important to note you have our weight for special education, English language learners, in addition to the at-risk dollars that I referenced previously.
Let me just share with you what my thinking is, which is that a lot's been made about how this model funds based on enrollment. But it could be that the per pupil portion of the funding in your model can be as little as 25%. You don't have to answer. I'm just pointing that out, that if the base weight is $5,900 and Anacostia is $24,000 per student, then the per pupil for Anacostia, the per pupil weight is roughly 25%, which is to say that 75% of the model, just to put it out there, what my thinking is 75% of the model significantly torques the per pupil aspect of the model. Why were schools permitted to use the temporary funds on a personal basis? Why were schools permitted to use the temporary ESSER funds for personnel last year?
So schools could identify, for example, individuals for tutoring or additional academic supports that they felt were needed to support their student population. So some schools rely on teachers to be tutors. Some hired staff as tutors. Some schools also invested in non-personnel curriculum materials as well. So there was a wide variety of strategies that we provided to ensure that schools could be responsive to the individual needs of their student population.
I don't think you answered my question. Why were schools permitted to use the temporary ESSER funds for personnel last school year?
Because personnel could be utilized to accelerate learning. And again, some of that—
Are you allowing them to use it for personnel this year?
If they have enough resources to do so, they can.
I thought that I thought Central had told schools you can't use it for personnel because ESSER is not recurring money.
Now, what we try to remind schools that it is one-time funding to ensure that they are aware that these are temporary resources, not long-term resources.
And there's schools who had to lay people off like Hardy and Drew because they used ESSER money for people.
And we were very clear up front that these resources were temporary, that they were not long-term.
So why were schools allowed to hire personnel last year that now they have to lay off?
Because they identified personnel that was needed to support learning acceleration in their building last year. And in some cases, if I remember correctly, there were also needs that they identified for social and emotional development. So there could have been resources allocated there as well.
So did DCPS change its guidance to the schools this year? Or I could put it differently, DCPS didn't change its guidance to the schools this year.
Well, schools likely don't have the same amount of ESSER funding that they had previously. So it is likely that they would not have ESSER funding at the same level to purchase positions. But during the time when we had our largest allocation to schools, we did not prohibit schools from utilizing ESSER funding for positions, but we did share proactively with them that these were temporary funds and that those positions may not exist going forward as those dollars may not be available in future years.
Give me just a second here. In the past, DCPS has shifted costs from DCPS centrals to schools, such as a few years ago, security. Bill 24-570 would prevent that. Do you object to that?
Yeah, so we resolved that issue in our updated budget model. So we made a decision to transparently show school security on budgets as an element of enhanced transparency. What we found is that created some confusion because schools felt like they were potentially losing or adding in those scenarios. So school security is reflected transparently, but it sits outside of a school budget and it doesn't impact a school's budget year over year.
I'm sorry, but that wasn't my question. In the past, DCPS has shifted costs from DCPS central to schools. Bill 24-570 would prevent DCPS from doing so. Are you okay with that?
Well, again, I want to clarify, again, we didn't shift money, we just reflected that money differently so it could be seen transparently. So again, I just want to highlight that, but again, what is your question that you want me to answer?
I'll rephrase the question. Bill 24-570 would prevent DCPS from shifting costs from central or support to the schools. Do you object to that?
Yeah, we don't shift costs from central to schools. And I think that the model as proposed in the bill would have a significant impact on the central services in a way that schools would have to take on potentially more of the responsibilities that we provide centrally. And I highlighted some of those earlier, such as curriculum and other compliance work that we provide for schools. So schools don't have to worry about that. But if we have a bill that shifts a dramatic amount of funding from central services, that work must continue and will likely occur at the school level.
All right, I take it then that you do object to that prohibition in the bill.
Yeah, I just say that we have not moved money. We just reflected that money differently.
Mr. Kine. You said in your testimony, the bill mandates that DCPS school budgets only increase from the FY23 baseline. That's not literally correct. If a school loses enough enrollment that it loses a grade or a classroom, or if the school transfers, let's say the 6th grade to a middle school, it would lose money. But having made that point, what's wrong with schools getting more money?
Chairman Mendelson, thanks for the question. I personally don't think there's anything wrong with schools getting more money. That's not the point I'm making in the testimony, nor is it the problem that I think we have with the model, or the concept rather, outlined in the bill. We're talking about having to budget within the context of what we believe to be finite resources, not infinite resources. And so take, for example, the part of the legislation which suggests that schools cannot lose money unless they lose enough students to lose a classroom teacher. So we're interested in that. And we went back and just looked to see what kind of numbers of kids are we talking about. And what we saw over the past year was there were about 3,000 students who left DCPS schools that did not rise to the level of 24 kids in a grade, which would then allow for a teacher to come out. That's 3,000 students that the system has to pay for. Now, if those 3,000 students actually transfer to other DCPS schools, you've got that cost as well. So it's $50 million for these students who no longer attend the schools they've left. If they transfer into new DCPS schools, then DCPS has to pay for them. That's $100 million. That's what the bill would have cost if it had been implemented this past year. So it's just the context of the idea that we're living within a world of finite resources that we need to shepherd carefully. That is the problem, not whether or not we think schools should have more money. And I think the record shows, Chairman, certainly this past year, how much the executive and the mayor and the chancellor and I value putting additional needed resources into schools. That's what we've done. We had an unprecedented UPSFF increase, as you know.
I heard you mention 100 million. Was that just off the cuff, or?
It's a thought experiment, Chairman, taking the bill at face value. And the way it works is this. Over the past year, DCPS saw about 3,000 students leave schools, but not to the degree where they constituted 25 kids in a grade. So that means, according to your bill, DCPS has to continue paying schools for those students because you can't take out an FTE. So now you've got 3,000. If you just assume $18,000 a student, you get to $50 million. I then simply said in the thought experiment, if those students just happen to go to other DCPS schools or charter schools for that matter, you have to double that number because you're paying for those students in their new public schools in addition to paying for where they were. That's $100 million. So, and by the way, then the next school year, I'll just finish this thought if you don't mind, Chairman. In the next school year, you have this new inflated $50 million baseline that you're paying for. And if the same movement happens again, you've got those additional costs as well. And you end up in this untenable situation where you have these inflated school budgets that constrain your ability to more equitably and thoughtfully allocate the dollars.
So you multiplied 3,000 by what amount to get to?
18,000.
By what?
18,000.
I'm not sure I agree with you, but putting that aside, wouldn't it be 3,000 times 18,000? And that works out to 3 times 20 is 60 million.
I think I said 3,000 times 18,000. Is that not?
Yes.
Right?
Yes, and I said 3,000 times 20,000 because I can't do 3 times 18, but I can do 3 times 20. And that comes out to 60 million, I'm guessing.
Is your question about my math or about something
Well, you
else?
said 100 million and I'm coming up with 60 million.
Oh, I see. Yes. So all I'm doing, Chairman, is I'm saying that if you think about those students who are no longer in the schools, you're paying $50 or $60 million for those students. I simply then said, if those students attend other public schools in the city, you have to pay for them in their new school as a new cost. And it basically doubles the cost of the bill in this thought experiment.
I'm making a note because I want to. I'm not sure. I don't agree with you, but on the other, maybe I should say I'm not sure I agree with you. I want to understand this so that I can do the calculation. It's not my goal to bankrupt the city. So I want to understand this. And so when you make the point the district would have to pay twice, you just illustrated what you meant by that.
I actually meant two things if you're referring to my testimony by that.
Yes.
The first is what I just mentioned in terms of the double cost of these students who transfer in the way that I've described. The second is, depending on how we as a city, including council, decides to pay for these inflationary costs, it may be that they need to go through the UPSFF, which of course implies that they're paying not just for DCPS, but also across the charter sector as well, in which case you do have double the cost in that sense. And that point, of course, comes down to whether or not we believe that the kind of expense that is called for in this bill can be absorbed by DCPS central office. I do not believe that. In which case, council and the city would then have to cause this to flow through the UPSFF.
Well, I'm not sure this will be fruitful, but I'm looking at in your testimony, and you just touched on this, DCPS, there's this assumption that misplaced assumption that DCPS's centralized functions are bloated. So Central had 516 employees when there were 94,000 students in the system. You might say, well, that was a long time ago. The more recently, why is this so hard for me to read? More recently, it had 626 students when there were 52,000 students. And now there are, this is actually last year, 705 in central administration. Doesn't that suggest that I don't know what adjective I want to use, but when there were twice as many students and roughly 70%, 30% fewer employees in central. And actually we know that, I think this is just a measure of central. Chancellor, am I right? There are roughly 700 employees in central.
Yeah, I'd had to fact check the number of central. That sounds about right. But yeah, I think it's important to compare a point in time. The magnitude that we integrate technology as a part of learning is significantly different and marginally different from where we were. And I can share that because I was in school during that time. And so there's so much that we provide from that lens alone that is just dramatically different. Secondly, the compliance work that we are currently held to is completely different. The arm of mental health that we've created in student supports and social emotional supports is completely different. And I can go on about how schools have evolved to be a hub for many services that just didn't exist during that time period, and we staffed accordingly. And I think you recall that, you know, when we had the tech advocates come and speak to us, they're not saying DCPS needs less of these individuals to support schools. They're actually saying they need more. And the last point I'll make on this one is in this administration, under my leadership, and I've done 4 budget cycles for DCPS, we've always started with the notion of how can we right size the central services team to be most efficient and effective as possible. And as a result, we've seen dramatic reductions in personnel and central services in my tenure. So I want to end on that because I don't take what you say lightly, ensuring that the vast majority of our resources go to schools, but we do have an important role to play in the functions that I reference, and those functions have continued to expand over time.
Well, you said substantial reductions to right size, but then you maintain the number, roughly maintain the number in central. I don't, how can you?
Yeah,
so what that says to me is that you may have substantially reduced, that was your words, but then you substantially added.
Yeah, so I can give you the details on, you know, I can go back to fiscal year 19, fiscal year 20, 21, 22. But also keep in mind during that time period, DCPS has had to build an entire health services team to be responsive for our COVID response. And many of the duties and responsibilities that are related to our COVID response have been coordinated centrally to ensure that schools carry the least amount of those responsibilities so they can focus on teaching and learning.
I was feeling better, and now you're making me feel worse. So my number's about a year old because I'm looking at testimony from 2021, but you verified that it's roughly 700 at central administration. You've said, well, yeah, you substantially reduced, but then you had to, you've had to substantially increase because of these new functions like, I think you said health, and I'm going to throw in digital. But the fact of the matter is that I don't know what to say here. You
my point is sharing that is that we take, and I have taken, right sizing central services as a critical step ensuring that we have maximum funding to schools. Now, you know, you may be looking at data that may be coded incorrectly, and there may be different categories of what you're considering central. So I'm happy to put that in a detailed written response to you, but I can assure you that this administration has taken critical steps to ensure that our central services team continues to be right sized.
Well, I would appreciate your, if you want to follow up with some details on how you've cut and where you've added, and however you want to make the point that central's not bloated. But, you know, let me throw in, and I think I don't want you to just talk about central, school support as well. So just for the benefit of the public, your budget is in 4 buckets. And we limit, if I remember correctly, we limit central under the current law, but you have school support. And just to be candid with you, the folks in the legislative branch think that to stay within the cap and central, you just put people in school support because it's a little hard to distinguish. So I think any answer from you or any discussion of this has to include both central and school support. Separate from school support is school-wide. So like the itinerant ELL teachers, they're in school-wide. That's not central, that's not school support. And then there's local schools as the fourth budget. So when I go to a school and there's a counselor there who came from central, they actually probably came from school-wide. And when I'm talking about curriculum development, or you're talking about curriculum development, I'm guessing that's school support. But that's not attributable to a specific school. And then procurement and financial management, that's central. Those are the four buckets. And I'm just saying that, and I'm just went through that so that the public understands. But the central and school support are too close together. So any conversation we have has to include both. If you want to send me follow up on that, but I think between the two and the stuff I have here, I think it's just on central, the 700 employees.
Yeah, so happy to follow up in detail. And again, it's just an important point for me because it's something that I've taken very seriously and done a deep analysis on an annual basis to ensure that, we can maximize resources at schools. And sounds like you're implying that, we're gaming the system of moving people around, and that's not accurate. But what I will say that I think is, part of a larger point is that I think the money that I foresee will be needed to sustain the model that you propose long-term cannot be solely funded by continuing to reduce central services. Like there'll have to be resources coming from other places. And I believe that's the point that Deputy Mayor was trying to make as well. So I don't believe, pulling all the resources out of central services to fund this model is a panacea. I think there are still going to be sustainability challenges if we continue to fund schools at a peak of resources in response to a global pandemic, in addition to not accounting for adjusting for changes in student population and student need.
So, Deputy Mayor, you said in your testimony, in essence, this bill will force DCPS to prioritize stability over equity and excellence. Don't give me a blank look. Can you want to explain that?
I was just waiting for your question, Chairman. So the question is to explain that comment. I tried to do so in the sentences that preceded that, but it comes back to this question about the ways in which we think DCPS as an LEA should have freedom to allocate the finite resources it has across its schools. And I have a belief based on the simple modeling that I've done around the language of this bill that DCPS is going to have to look internally to fund the stability that you're talking about. In other words, the students that they're not educating at the schools. And there are only two places they can go to do that. One is to central office, which I've shared, I think is not viable, certainly not over the medium term. The other place is to other schools. And so one thing that you're not talking about here is, as DCPS has done its reallocation and its equitable allocation of at-risk funding and offering additional dollars to schools with students that it perceives to have higher needs, are you talking about actually reallocating some of those dollars back to these other schools to promote the stabilization? Or is it all new dollars? And my point that I'm making in the testimony there is, given this budget bill, if it's passed into law, and if DCPS were to follow it to the letter, it's going to have to look internally to identify sources of funding to fund the schools in the stable way you've defined conceptually, and that can only come from other schools or central office. So there's a flattening that occurs according to this model.
How does it come from other schools when every school is held harmless?
Well, which is my point exactly, In other words, schools are held harmless, but what about schools that receive an influx of students that have additional needs? DCPS will have to give that school less dollars because it's holding all the schools harmless in a sense. So my point is, I'm simply trying to translate this budget. It's a kind of a concept into something that looks and feels more like an actual budget model, where you have a finite set of resources. And when you look at the trade-offs you've got to make internally, you've got to figure out where the money is coming from to pay for the thing that you're insisting on. And my point
where
is
the money
that makes us
comes
flexible.
where the money comes from. I think, with all due respect, I think it's a red herring to say that it will come from other schools. The bill is clear. If the enrollment goes up in a school, or its special ed needs go up in a school, it has to get more money. So to fund the schools isn't going to be taking from other schools. That's off the table. That's a red herring. But if you say it's going to come from central, and I would agree, the cost as much as you're saying it will cost, that can't come from central. It could also come from increasing the UPSFF. However, whether it comes from increasing the UPSFF or the cost is much, much lower than what you think, and it comes from cutting central, I don't see how that harms equity or excellence.
Well, I think, Chairman, you're essentially making the point that I'm trying to get to, which is nowhere in the bill or the discussion of the bill is there a conversation about where the money is going to come from. Because you are sustaining federal resources, you are paying for students that are no longer being educated in schools, you're compounding this year over year with inflation and the additional mobility of students in the system. And it feels to me as though an important question for all of us to be considering is, how are we going to pay for this? Who's going to pay for it? My testimony is simply offering some alternatives when I look at it as an actual budget model, not a concept. And as a model, the money coming from inside DCPS has got to come from somewhere. Or if you're saying that the city is going to fund this, then the question is, what do we say to other parts of city government that now are being squeezed or cut in order to fund this? And that's an important conversation for us to have. But when I talk about fiscal responsibility, respectfully, that's what I'm talking about.
I was just focused on the equity line because I think that sounds pretty horrible to say that this bill will hurt equity. But as I'm pressing, there's no substance behind that claim. If it comes from central, that doesn't harm equity. It can't come from other schools. If it comes from raising the UPSFF, that's not harming equity. If it comes from, I don't know, cutting another agency out of the government, that's not harming equity. But if you're going to argue that it's not fiscally sustainable, not that I agree, but at least there's more of an argument there. So let me ask you this question, Deputy Mayor Kine. You've heard the testimony today. There were 30 witnesses. Not one of them, as I recall, not one of them supported the current funding approach towards schools. In fact, I would say every one of them was critical of the current funding approach towards schools. I started out this hearing quoting from DCPS's mission, that the mission is to educate every kid to their full potential. Before the pandemic, the academic achievement in our schools was unacceptably low. And I said that intentionally before the pandemic. How do we change the status quo? How do we change it in the next couple of years, as opposed to over the next generation?
You'll let me know when you're done your question?
I did.
Yeah, so I would say a couple things to that, Chairman. The first one is, before the pandemic, DCPS and DC in general was seeing historic improvements in student outcomes across all student subgroups. And yes, the overall performance for some subgroups is unacceptably low. We believe that. I believe that. But we had seen historic improvements using the very budget model that you are critiquing. Additionally, and this actually goes counter to something else you said in your opening, it's not the case that DCPS was seeing enrollment declines. In fact, it was seeing enrollment increases over those years prior to the pandemic. So it's not like parents were leaving the system, as you said.
When did I say that?
In your opening remarks. They were actually coming into the system. And so when I look historically at how we have done as a city and as a system, I'm actually really proud of the work that DCPS has done. It has not been perfect, but it has been very good, and it has exceeded the work done in every other jurisdiction. Now, in terms of the path forward, you know, we are very, very focused on trying to make up lost learning time. And we have had some very promising results from DCPS internal assessments over the course of last year that suggest that the work that we are doing, the focused work, the intentional work on learning acceleration, through tutoring, through subgroup work, through our multi-tier system of supports, through all of the nuts and bolts of the incredible work done by DCPS educators, is actually already paying off, and we are continuing to fund it and focus on it. And that is the work that we have in front of us.
So your answer is stay the course.
My answer is continue doing the things we know are working and work hard to find within the finite constraints of our citywide budget the additional monies we need for the learning acceleration we have to do.
All right, that translates to stay the course. So in your testimony, you said, finally, the bill raises legal questions that should be thoroughly explored, including around the impact, and of course, you know, a hearing is the opportunity to explore it, including around the impact of the legislation on the executive's budget authority. I'll stop there. Explain.
Well, I'm not a lawyer, which is why in my testimony, I'm sharing that I think these things should be explored.
Okay, you came to the hearing as the executive, the two of you as the executive witness. The hearing is the opportunity to explore these things, but go on.
I'm not a lawyer, so please don't attempt to engage me in the minutia of the law, but I will share with you that one of my concerns about the bill is it's my understanding that the way our budget process works, the executive and the mayor produces a budget, which it then hands off to city council for review and change and final approval. I believe that the cost of this bill is such that you will be imposing through legislation a constraint, given that schools constitute the largest share of the city budget, on the rest of the city budget in advance of receiving the budget from the mayor. And so when I look at that, that seems to go beyond the normal course of events, in which case you will ask questions about, probe into the budget once you've received it, make adjustments as you deem fit. But rather, you are, before you receive the budget, putting constraints on the executive's ability to undertake its own budgeting process in the way that it deems fit. And that, I think, is problematic. Whether or not there are legal implications there, I think there are certainly conceptual implications for the various roles that we have within government.
Conceptual maybe, but I'm not getting the legal. And I'm not a lawyer either, but I'm the appropriator. The mayor is not the appropriator, the council is the appropriator. And so to put it in the extreme, when the secretary of the council gives me the proposed agenda for next week's meeting, and I'm the presiding officer, she's not usurping my authority as the presiding officer. She doesn't set the agenda, but she's giving me a proposed agenda, which I then put before, just as the mayor is, hate to put it this crudely, but in the budget process, like the staff to the appropriators, she puts together a proposed budget for the appropriators to consider. And as you know, the law is quite clear about this. The council has the ability and the authority, unlike many jurisdictions, to completely rewrite the budget. Not that we do, but to completely rewrite the budget. We have the legal authority. I would say, do you agree? Except you may not want to agree, plus you're not an attorney. But if the council wants to in the budget, we could say that the, I'm trying to think of an agency to pick on. Agency such and such, agency ABC is going to get defunded completely, zero money in its budget. And we could take another agency, say the DME, and we're going to give it $200 million budget. We have the authority to do that. So I'm not getting how our saying that we want to see, the mayor can choose any amount she wants for DCPS, for schools. I recognize there's the funding formula, so it's DCPS and charters, but she can pick the amount. And, but then within that amount, we're saying that a portion, it might be the larger portion. If I remember correctly, schools are somewhere close to 80%. That 80% is going to go to the schools the way it's gone to them in the previous year. I kind of slowed down a bit here because some notes I have is that individual schools plus school-wide has averaged between, looks like average between 77.3% and 82.7% of the total DCPS budget every year for the past 10 years.
Well, Chairman, I think in a sense you're making my point, but I do think you...
How am I making your point?
You're making my point because you are suggesting that you are going to allow the mayor to, and the executive, to determine its allocation for schools. And then within that allocation, then DCPS just has to make these adjustments that you're describing as though they are somehow marginal. My point is the cost of this bill is large, and it's large enough that you're basically setting a baseline level of funding for DCPS and schools more generally that the mayor would have to adhere to, which is going to be large and larger every year. I think the cost of this bill is actually much, much bigger than what you seem to be suggesting it is, which is the mayor could do a typical UPSFF increase, which we haven't seen, which we didn't see this past year, but she could do a typical UPSFF increase, and then DCPS would just have to budget in a way that adheres to the logic of this legislation. But my point is, you can't do this. You can't budget according to the logic of this legislation within DCPS without dramatically increasing their budget over time. And that then takes the authority of the executive to propose a budget out of their hands, because you just said you've got to spend ultimately X percent, Y percent, and a growing percent on schools. And then you can, by the way, determine what you want to spend on the rest of the budget.
Well, we do it with PayGo, which, as I recall, amounts to hundreds of millions of dollars a year. We do it with regard to dedicated funding to Metro, which, if I remember correctly, is a couple $100 million a year. I don't think there's a difference in the legal principle, whether we're talking about $700 million within the DCPS, the $1.1 billion DCPS budget, or we're talking about PayGo or why am I blanking? PayGo, at a, or a dedicated metro funding at a couple $100 million a year.
Well, those are good examples, and you may want to add a third category of expense to what you are imposing on the executive. However, none of those other two examples, Chairman, actually have the inflationary costs year over year.
Oh, no, when we adopted the dedicated metro, it had a 3% escalator.
The
We took that
3%,
out.
3% is nothing like what we would see if this legislation was passed in the way that it's currently written, in my opinion.
Because the WTU contract, when you guys negotiate one, is more than 3% a year, or because consumer price index averaged over several years is way more than 3%. I don't know what it is. It's last few years has been under 2, I think. What was the third? Or the UPSFF, which is whatever the mayor proposes?
Well, Chairman, you are leaving out the category of the student mobility that we were discussing earlier.
You also mentioned employment law considerations. Can you explain that?
Again, it's just a question which I think needs legal exploration. When you write in the WTU contract escalation, it just raises for me a question about whether that's appropriate to be written into a piece of legislation like this or not.
So you don't know? You don't know?
Correct.
Give me a second. I don't have any other questions except for this. Chancellor, I think you said you were going to get back with something.
Yes, I promised to get back to you on the central services right sizing that we've done over time. And I believe that we are going to unpack more with the Hardy community where they are referencing the reductions to be sure that we have a clear understanding what happened with their budget.
Okay, with regard to Hardy, you might treat that the same as the letters I sent you on Ketchum and Drew, which is in addition to why they had to cut positions, the difference between the 3 different budgets for them. That's the financial management system, the DCPSbudget.com, and the budget book.
And also, if you're interested, I reference, sharing more detailed lists of the schools that saw dramatic increases in their budget.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. I want to thank each of you for your testimony. And even though I've been a bit argumentative here, the testimony is helpful. So I appreciate that. And even though most of the witnesses are probably signed off, I want to thank them again for their testimony. As I indicated at the outset, the record in this matter will close at 5 p.m. on Friday, September 30th. That does not mean that we're going to immediately proceed to mark up the bill, but we do have to have a date certain for closing the record. Thank you again. The time is 6:44 and this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson.
Thank you, Chairman.